Итак, здравствуйте. Играем мы в Alan Wake. А мне казалось, здесь, кстати, больше уровня сложности. Ну ладно, окей. Будем бахать на норме.
Stephen King once wrote that nightmares exist outside of logic, and there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story, the victim keeps asking why, but there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us the longest, and it's what we'll remember in the end. My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer.
Он писатель.
I've always had a vivid imagination, but this dream unsettled me. It was wild and dark and weird, even by my standards. So yes, it began with a dream. Following a typical nightmare pattern, I was late, desperately trying to reach my destination, a lighthouse. For some urgent reason, I couldn't remember. I'd been driving too fast down a coastal road to get there. I'd seen the
Классика.
too late.
Автостопщик, который посреди дороги просто стоял, лол.
He was dead. I was convinced they'd put me in jail and I would never see Alice again. Suddenly, his body was gone.
Эпизод 1. Кошмар.
I was in shock from the crash. I could hardly stay on my feet.
Так, у нас чего-то... О. Да вы чё? А чё так жестко? Давай прям вообще до двойки попробуем бахнуть. Ну это просто ужасно. Офигеть, если чувствительность, конечно, очень жесткая. Нет. Опа.
I was certain I had just driven from this direction, but now the road was blocked.
Alan Wake.
The radiator had broken when I hit the hitchhiker. The car wasn't going anywhere. I had to go to the lighthouse. I knew there was something important waiting for me there.
Добраться до маяка.
The bridge had collapsed. I'd have to find another way to the lighthouse.
Мы все исправить. Блин, я даже не знал, что здесь упасть так можно, лол. Я думал, как классическая игра, тебе просто дадут стену. Но я все равно хочу посмотреть, что там на маяке. Кстати. Извините еще раз.
The bridge had collapsed. I'd have to find another way to the lighthouse.
Не слышно хорошо. Пиво.
You don't even recognize me, do you, Ryder? You think you're God? You think you can just make up stuff? Play with people's lives and kill them when you think it adds to the drama? You're in this story now, and I'll make you suffer. You're a joke. It would be a single readable sentence in your books if it wasn't for your editor. You'll never publish another one of your shitty stories, 'cause I'm gonna kill you. It's not like your stories are any good. Not like they have any artistic merit. You're a lousy writer. Cheap thrills and pretentious shit. That's all you're good for. Just look at me. Look at your work.
Блин, кстати, мне интересно, как тут что-то с музыкой сделали. Уже вроде как поменяли. Пропал. Мать, QR код какой-то. Я уверен, что он куда-то ведет.
You missed your deadline. Damn. You can't stop me.
Иногда демонстрируется ролик. Опа,
I
он исчез.
realized that the hitchhiker was a character from the story I'd been working on.
Кажется, надо голоса чуть погромче сделать. Так. Причем говорит прям очень тихо.
How does it feel to die by the hands of your own creation?
Единственное, здесь камера, конечно, такая себе. Он устал. Чувак, беги. Здорово, в туфтах. Здесь тут такой Клей Стюарт. Вы меня не помните.
I was trapped. There was no way out.
Yeah. Не, ну мне кажется, все-таки получше, чем в Фаренгейте.
The cabin was a death trap. I had to get out.
Но то, что здесь так себе с анимацией, это да.
Follow the light.
You are hurt. You should go into the light. You are only safe there.
В убежище.
the light. Well done. I have something important to tell you. It goes like this. For he did not know that beyond the lake he called home lies a deeper, darker ocean green, where waves are both wilder and more serene. To its ports I've been. To its ports I've been. Do you understand?
No.
Follow my light.
Нет, в игре ублюдская камера. Ей привыкать надо. Но она реально прям не очень.
I entered your dream to teach you. The darkness is dangerous. It's sleeping now. When it feels you coming, it will wake up. There's no time. I can only show you the most important thing. This way. There's no time. The hitchhiker has been taken over by the dark presence. You can't hurt him now. The darkness protects him from all harm. Only light can drive the darkness away and make him vulnerable again. Here, take the light.
Оп.
Turn your flashlight toward him and burn the darkness away.
Здесь, вот на тап менять обзор.
You did it. Now the darkness no longer protects him, but it's still inside, controlling him. He can't be saved. He's still a threat. He is still your enemy. Here, take the gun.
Now you'll die.
Оп.
Good. You've done well. Remember what I've taught you. That is all. I will give you back your dream now.
Я теперь верну тебя в твой сон.
A terrible darkness was taking over the world. The lighthouse was the last safe place on Earth.
Блин, конечно, то, что вот я не знаю, почему они сделали, что вот эта вот камера должна быть основная, почему не сделать персонажа слева, как нормальные люди.
You made me this way, and now I'm gonna kill you.
О, прожаричка.
This isn't work.
Оп. Оп, оп. А тут, кстати, вроде их сейчас много.
Just like
На. Ну, что-то типа того. Мы приехали погостить, а они подумали, что мы больной ублюдок, и дальше на нас нападают.
you're dead.
Да пошел ты.
I can keep this up forever.
Бежим. Ну ты чё, какие... Он еще бегать не умеет, конечно. Если мне кажется, если за мной такая вот фигня бы неслась бы, я бы бежал бы явно быстрее, чем он. И всего лишь мы сбили какого-то автостопщика, который посреди дороги стоял. А ты, Жаги, проходил Alan Wake? Нет? Ну, добро пожаловать в Брайт Фоллс. Ну, я поиграл бы, кстати, в Форест 2. Первый мы проходили.
Baby, just another nightmare. Everything's fine. You dozed off.
Right. Anything more than dozed off would be news for everyone.
Cheer up, handsome. We're here.
Ну, первый неплохой. Концовка только мне не очень понравилась, когда мы решили, короче, не останавливать самолет, и нам ничего не сказали, что мы закончили игру. Я очень был разочарован, поэтому я очень занизил балл. Да, здесь жена потом исчезнет. Жаги, вот они и говорят, все проблемы из-за женщин.
Let's act like we're on vacation. Go stand next to that old gentleman there. I want a shot of you with the town in the background.
Sure. I'll even give you a title for the shot. A city boy, moments before he got eaten by a bear.
Даже не знаю, как вы живете с такой судьбой. Понимая, что все проблемы из-за вас.
Hello there. You picked a good time to visit our town. Deerfest is just 2 weeks away.
Deerfest, huh? Did you hear that, honey?
You have a lovely wife. If you don't mind me saying. I'm Pat Maine, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm Alan Wake.
I won't pretend I don't recognize a famous writer such as yourself, Mr. Wake. A pleasure. I'm an avid reader myself. I hope this isn't too presumptuous of me, but I'm the night host at the local radio station. Any chance I could get an interview?
Look, Mr. Maine, I'm on vacation. In fact, I'd appreciate it if we could keep my being here just between the two of us. I'm sure you understand.
Fair enough. You can trust me to be discreet. Not a hard man to track down if you change your mind, though. I hope you two have a lovely holiday.
Ну, хорошо, если ты себя чувствуешь нормально. Даже великолепно. Так. Вот.
Very nice. I got a couple of really good ones. And I see you made a friend. That's cute.
Right. Yeah?
Hey, bestseller, how's my favorite writer? Are you there yet?
Barry. Yeah, we just got here.
Are the locals giving you trouble? Just say the word and I'll hop on a plane and come make sure that you're left alone, Al.
No, Barry, we're fine.
Great, great. Just want to make sure you can relax and recharge. So, how is the place?
Проблема-то не у тебя, но как бы сезон ведьм не начался бы.
Barry, we're just settling in.
Okay, Al. I'll call back later to make sure you're doing okay. And you call me if there's a problem, okay? Okay. I'm just looking out for you, buddy. Talk to you later.
I love you too, Barry.
Пока, I love you too, пока, Барри,
You know
понял.
he's going to be calling you every 5
Damn
minutes.
yuppies. Barry is Barry. I can always turn off the phone.
Так и запишем.
What did I tell you?
Text message from Barry. He says hi to you too.
Alan, we're here. Come on, let's get back to the car.
laugh, city boy. Okay. Good day to you too.
Выеживается что-то у нас. Чёртов реднек.
Come on, Slowpoke. You get the full service here. I've made all the arrangements. I drive the car. I'll even carry the bags. All you have to do is drag your cute butt into the car and enjoy the ride.
Вот это вот
Sounds
женщина.
like you've got a lazy bastard for a husband.
Yeah, but I got a thing for him. Come on, you lazy bastard. Let's go.
We need to stop at the local diner to get the cabin key from the landlord, a Mr. Carl Stuckey. He's waiting for us. I'll go fill her up while you get the key. I'll pick you up here in, say, 15 minutes?
Sure.
Alan, thank you for coming here with me.
I love you too. Go on. I'll promise to behave.
Ленивый прям как я.
I'd forgotten there were still places like this. Towns where everybody knew everybody.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Hi, I was wondering if you could help me. I'm looking for...
Mr. Wake. Alan Wake. Oh, God! I am your biggest fan. I know people say that all the time, but I really am.
I'm glad to hear that.
Rose.
Rose, I'm looking for Mr. Stuckey. Carl Stuckey?
Carl? Oh, of course, Mr. Wake. He must have gone to visit the restroom. He'll be back in a moment. I can't believe it. I've got all your books. I got the cutout from the bookstore when they took it out of the window.
Выкрал.
And you keep it here. Well, okay. Good for you.
Try the coffee.
Right.
Just
So
don't
much
blame
for
me when you
quiet
fall in
vacation.
love, because it'll break your heart when you have to leave.
Rusty here is no longer human. Nothing but black coffee under a thin layer of skin.
Yeah, that makes two of us.
Мистер Расти.
Are you staying long, Mr. Wake? I can't believe it. I'm having a conversation with Alan Wake.
Вот эти деды
Do
забавные.
me a favor, Sonny. I could really use a tune right now. Coconut, number 6 in the jukebox. I'd do it myself, but both of my legs have gone to sleep. Bad circulation. Yeah.
Are you serious? Coconut again? You disgust me. Call yourself a rocker. Unbelievable. Ha!
You put the lime in the coconut, drink them both up.
Just because we're brothers, don't think I won't murder
It does
you
that.
in your
Get
sleep.
stuck. Yeah, you need to give it a good solid whack. Yes, that's my favorite tune.
Да.
Coconut. Now that's what I'm talking about. Yes.
This is it. I've died and gone to hell.
Нормально.
Don't go in there, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark.
I
What-
think I can handle it, ma'am.
Вот это...
I didn't want to wait. I wanted to find Stuckey, to get the key and get out as soon as possible. The waitress was giving me a headache. Overeager fans always did.
Вот это бабуля, кстати, отсылка на Twin Peaks. Ну, по крайней мере, ее вид.
Hello? Mr. Stuckey?
Carl couldn't make it. Unfortunately, he was taken ill. But I have the key for you and instructions on how to get to the lake.
Okay.
I wish you a good stay in my cabin. I'll come by later to check how you've settled in. And to meet your wife. I insist.
Thanks.
Встретил бабулю.
Cauldron Lake is a special place. Very inspiring.
Yeah.
You got lucky this time, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark. This really ought to be fixed. And then I must remind Sarah to change the lights at the station. It's been too long already.
Ну, все, деды заснули.
Even that sounds better than your singing.
Are you alright?
Splendid! Damn hernia. It swells up like a balloon if I lift anything heavier than a spoon. Yeah. Splendid. It's been a
Кстати, вам
long time.
речь нормально слышно? То есть мне кажется, что вот тихо.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to have a bottle on you, would you, Tom?
I wish.
Мистер Расти.
Andersons, they're, local musicians. We're waiting for Dr. Hartman to come pick them up. They wandered off from his clinic at the Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Нет, то, что я громче, это понятно. Это, в принципе, так всегда и настраивалось. Насколько вот. Потому что погромче мне сделать не проблема.
I'll be heading back to work as soon as Dr. Hartman
О,
gets here, Rose.
женушка.
Oh, but...
Давайте прибавим вот так. Попробуем. Где-то вот так.
I'm not looking forward to the poison we have at the Park Cafe.
Bye, Mr. Wake.
Mission accomplished. The key and the directions.
My hero. I got some flashlights, just in case.
Hey, wait! Mrs. Wake! Your keys!
That
Оп,
diner
а что
is
не
a
так?
real nut house.
Can you believe this place? This would make a wonderful setting for a book.
We're supposed to be on vacation, Alice. I'll figure it out when we get back home. Okay?
Okay, we can talk about this later.
Bad man here on KBFF.
I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to bury my head in sand.
Here's another one of my favorites to go with it.
Once upon a time, I was a successful writer, but that was a long time ago. I hadn't been able to write a word in 2 years, not since my last book.
And now the weather. It's gonna be a clear night, so you folks in the big city might want to look up every once in a while, see those stars winking down at you. It gets pretty dark out here, but they'll light your way.
Это, кстати, вроде новый музон. Раньше вроде его не было. Либо я уже давно играл.
Wow. It's gorgeous, Alan.
It's something, all right. Don't worry, honey. I'll get you inside safe and sound before it gets dark. And I've got the flashlight.
I know. I'm okay.
Alice had a phobia. The fear of darkness. I wanted to make sure we were inside with the lights on before sunset.
Ну, выглядит, конечно, круто. Птичья нога кабина. Не, ну на самом деле, вот недельку бы на этом островке было бы неплохо провести. Только еще нужно...
Alice had told me about Cauldron Lake Lodge. The old building used to be a hotel, but these days it was no longer open to the public.
Только сюда еще мангальчик нужен будет, и все. А там что было?
The island had once been the site for a love story. Maybe it would be that again. Here we go. Let's take a look inside. Come on.
It's dark in there. We need lights. Can you figure out how to get the power on, honey?
shoebox filled with books by Thomas Zane sat on the shelf. I'd never heard of him before.
Hello? Anyone here?
Thomas Zane. О, пойдем.
The Deerfest guests have already started to arrive. Just ran into one on the ferry. A famous artist, no less, but we'll see if we can rope him into an interview later on. Now, let's go to the phones. Caller, you're on KBF-FM.
Hi, Pat. It's Rose.
Why, hello, Rose. What's on your mind?
I know who that famous artist was. It was Alan Wake, wasn't it? He's my favorite writer.
Well, Rose, I
just saw him at the diner. Oh, I am so excited he's here.
I'm sure he's glad to be here, too. Well, folks, I guess the secret's out. This is Pat Maine on KBF-FM. And now, some music.
Great. So much for keeping a low profile.
Да, он говорил, можно на него положиться. Вот под эту музыку как классно прям так стоять.
The cabin looked like a time capsule from the 60s, or even earlier.
Ну, здесь 70-й год, мужик.
For a moment, the oppressive feel of the nightmare I had seen on the ferry returned.
Опа.
Damn. I needed to get the power running in the cabin. There had to be a fuse box or a generator somewhere on the island.
Опа. Блин, это все равно жестко. Неудобно. Давай прям вообще в нулину. В нулину маловато.
The power cable goes to that shed over there.
Окей, дорогая.
An old generator had been connected to the power cable.
Старт. Блин, он так несет, что кому-то сейчас взорвется.
The lights are on. Good work, honey. I'll freshen up a bit and start settling in.
Okay, I'll look around a bit.
Sure thing. Have fun.
Наслаждайся.
It was a beautiful place. I told myself I could rest here, sleep here, and forget about my work. I thought we could be happy here. Alice? Honey?
Опа, винишка. И все.
Alan, I'm upstairs. I have a surprise for you.
О, она без штанов.
Well, hello there.
I'm not the surprise. It's in the study. Go take a look.
Okay.
А жаль.
Surprise!
Alice? What is this?
I guess I have a small confession to make. I thought maybe you could write here that a change of scenery would get you past...
Damn it, Alice, you... Everyone
Hey,
keeps...
hey, just hear me out. There's a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. I read a book of his. He has a private clinic here. He specializes in helping artists. Maybe
So now you want to get me committed?
No, it's not like that. That's not... Alan? Alan?
Just don't! I don't want to hear it! God damn it, Alice!
Как грубо.
God damn it! I knew she wouldn't follow me in the dark. I needed some time alone to think things through. Damn it. Alice? Alice? Alice! The cabin had gone dark. All the lights were out.
Опа, птички.
I'm coming!
Птички-убийцы.
What the hell? Alice? Alice? Oh no!
Ну нормально, зато без раздумий прям сразу прыганул.
Keep going.
Как громко.
Alice? Waking up in the crashed car felt like I had woken from one nightmare and entered another. I couldn't remember how I got there. All I knew was that something terrible had happened to Alice. The phone was dead. I'd have to find help on foot.
Нормально так.
Among Alice's things was a book, The Creator's Dilemma, by a Dr. Emil Hartman. Seeing the book brought back my fight with Alice. I didn't like it, and I didn't like the guy's smug face on the cover either. The gas station was my best bet. They'd have a phone I could use. It looked like a long hike through the forest to get there.
Машина катается, значит, все не так плохо.
Damn.
Минус тачка. Даже дорога есть, тропинки.
Hello?
Hello? Is someone there? The loose sheets of paper were pages from a manuscript entitled Departure. That was the name I planned to use for the next novel I had never gotten started. I was named the author. I hadn't written it. I couldn't remember writing it. In the scene on the page, the hero was attacked by an axe murderer in the woods at night. Departure by Alan Wake.
Угу.
The man turned to face me. His face was covered in shadows. It was hard to make him out in the darkness of the forest that surrounded us. but the axe he lifted was plain to see. It glistened with the blood of his victim. He grinned madly. The shadows were alive, distorting his features. It was a scene from a nightmare, but I was awake.
Вот всего лишь, кстати, 3 странички. Кошмарные.
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident.
Ща нам помогут.
The lights up ahead were a good sign. Maybe I wouldn't have to hike all the way down to the gas station to find a phone.
Тут вроде только здесь, да, можно пройти?
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident. Hey! Hey, you!
Phil!
There's been an accident. I need help. Listen,
Deposit.
I need to...
Premium cabins for rent in...
Oh, hell.
Carl Stuckey. Pleased to meet you. Non-refundable reservation deposit required. Fair and square. And square.
Ну ничего, колбы.
Carl Stuckey. Pleased to meet you. Premium.
The Taken stood before me. It was impossible to focus on it, as if it stood in a blind spot caused by a brain tumor and eye disease. It was bleeding shadows like ink underwater, like a cloud of blood from a shark bite. I was terrified. I squeezed the flashlight like my life depended on it, willing it to stop coming any closer. Suddenly something gave, and the light seemed to shine brighter.
Как нас еще эти доски не прибили?
To arrive. You lose.
Shit.
The deposit. It's the
Great.
Ого, это
I
сияние.
had to figure a way out of this. Any second now, and Stuckey would be knocking on the door with his axe like Nicholson in The Shining.
Джайзи.
During your trying walking, it's the latest thing. Incontestably proven health benefits let you kill two birds with one stone. You can see the sights and keep those cholesterol levels.
Bright Falls Sheriff Station. How may I...
Hello? Hello?
Нормальненько.
This is bad.
уехал.
There were more of them. My head pounded with a concussion. I'd never fired a gun outside a shooting range, and now I just killed someone. Or something. There were no bodies. They just disappeared. If I was dreaming, it felt real enough to make me sick.
Так, подсказки.
Eerie hand-painted graffiti was revealed by my flashlight. Someone had hidden a chest of supplies near it.
А, это специально сделал, чтобы типа, ты обратил внимание. Пнуть. Нормально. Пнул, разнес.
The dark forest was the last place I wanted to go, but I had no choice. I had to get to the gas station.
It's rabbit season.
Оп. Страничка.
Rose knew she had been gushing, but right now, she didn't care. As far as she was concerned, her brief meeting with Alan Wake was literally the high point of her life. She watched as he got in the car with his wife. She was pretty, confident, at ease with Wake. Not like Rose. They were perfect for each other. She'd have given anything to be called their friend.
Ну, одержимость это такой себе, конечно.
What the hell was that? When I saw the river below, something uncoiled itself inside my head. I realized that I'd have to find a way across. I didn't even want to look at the water.
Так. В какую сторону-то идти? Вот, термос.
Barry Wheeler was bouncing off the walls. He jumped on a plane after his calls were ignored by both Al and Alice for several days. It could mean that they were both on a second honeymoon, but Barry didn't buy it. Al had been way too unstable for that, not sleeping, messed up. Barry had years of experience dealing with Alan Wake, and he couldn't ignore it. Something was wrong.
Опа, нифига. Обманщик.
Stucky was still out there, in the dark, stalking me.
А, туда мы убирались уже. Парами кидается, скотина. Так, нас куда-то ведет. Угу.
Taken. They're taken.
What? Сойдет. Угу. Ну, хочешь сказать, здесь не пролезет.
The staircase was broken. I had to make my way up some other way.
Wait.
I couldn't stay here. There had to be a way to get up there. The stairs were useless. I had to find something else to help me climb up there.
Решаем загадки. Так, это рабочий. Должен работать.
There was no power. There was bound to be a generator somewhere at the logging site.
А, у меня же больше нет. Блин. И мне кажется, у них больше. Ну ладно, пойдет.
With all this forestry equipment around, there had to be something I could use to reach the top. I heard them before I saw them, swooping down from the sky and screeching as they came. I spun around just as the cloud was upon me. For an instant, I stared into 100 dead eyes, black pearls glittering in the darkness. I raised the flashlight and the swarm exploded like fireworks. Feathers burned, turned into ash. I couldn't hear my scream above theirs.
О, у нас есть дрободан. Так, я вижу кофе. Блин, там всего лишь одна кнопка. Как мы могли туда-сюда его катать? Так, здесь мы ее разнесли.
Well, I was just outside for a breath of fresh air, and what a night. I know most of you are probably in your beds by now, but if you're still up and around, take a moment. Step outside for a spell and breathe in deep. The weather is absolutely still. The sky is crystal clear. It's like the forest is quietly breathing along with you. As you listeners know, I'm a night owl, and it's on nights like this I wish I wasn't cooped up in the studio. Makes an old man like me wish I could just roam wild. But here I am, and who'd keep you company all night long if I weren't? It looks like I'm not the only one staying up late. Caller, you're on the air.
Hey, Pat, it's Maurice Horton.
Hello, Maurice. What are you up to?
Well, I was just taking Toby on his walkies.
Oh, isn't it beautiful out there?
Sure, but Pat, the reason I called is that Toby heard something rustling in the undergrowth and took off after it, and I couldn't find it.
Probably a rabbit.
Sure. Toby loves rabbits.
Well, sure.
Anyway, I figured that, if anyone runs into Toby, they could grab him. My number's on his collar.
And Toby's a friendly dog?
Oh, Toby loves people. Usually he comes back, but we were pretty far from home, and it sounds like he went pretty wild there. Great dog, but he's just too dumb for his own good.
Well, Maurice, it's out there now. Hope Toby comes home.
Йоси убежал.
You have a good night now.
О, хорошо.
At first, I kept finding the pages as if by accident. The book I couldn't remember was either a terrible and true prophecy or an act of creation that had rewritten the world. I began to hunt the pages feverishly, for they held the answer to the mystery. With it, I could save myself. With it, I could save Alice.
Emma.
The gas station was closer now, its light welcoming in the darkness.
Paul makes the best dogs in the state. Belly Burster is the best with no contest. Monster dog is second best. The famous dog is...
Ага. Ай. Готовы. Пойдем. А в спину. Сволочь. Я здесь что-то видел. Алло. Сейф Хевен. Дед! Где он там? Так, ну у нас патрон заканчивается.
I stepped into the gas station's garage. It was dark and quiet. The place was a mess. It looked like someone trashed the place or that there'd been some kind of fight. Light spilled into the room through an open door at the back, and I made my way toward it. Without any warning, I was blinded by a bright light. An old portable TV on the shelf had come alive by itself. Impossibly, I could see myself on the screen, talking like a madman.
Madman. Так, ну ты уверен? Ага. Чего, ракетница? Мясо ему подавай. Но мясо это круто.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? She asked. The sheriff looked at me suspiciously. The early morning light flooded through the office windows. I would probably never have gotten out of the woods alive without her help, but I couldn't tell her the truth of what I'd faced the previous night. She'd think I was lying or crazy. She'd lock me up, and she wouldn't help me find Alice.
It bestows
Ужастики.
immortality on those who advance it to elevate all of mankind. Newton, Einstein, Sagan, princes among men. But the price for such a legacy is steep indeed. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a quantum suicide. If our lives are already written, it would take a courageous man to change the script. Having called a press conference, Dr. Barclay Colvin is about to demonstrate that very courage.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I am Dr. Barclay Colvin, and I'm glad so many of you could join me here at the Moorcock Institute. Tonight, I'm going to give a practical demonstration of the many worlds interpretation. As you can see, this is a loaded 9mm pistol. It shall be part of a thought experiment. And now, a real experiment, known as a quantum suicide.
Did he say suicide? Is that a real gun? He's kidding, right?
Please, stay calm. There is no risk. Observe what occurs when I place the weapon against my own forehead. Now, you might think this round is merely a dud. Not so. Observe the flower pot. And yet, I myself cannot be harmed with this gun. With each pull of the trigger, 2 new realities branch off. One in which the weapon didn't fire, and one where it did. With my machine here, I have ensured that this reality is always the former. I have bestowed upon myself quantum immortality. Under no circumstances can this gun kill me.
So wait. What you're saying is that every time you pull the trigger, in another reality, you die?
Yes, of course, but that's completely trivial. There's an infinite number of things that could happen at any moment, and they always do happen somewhere. The point is, this one thing did not happen here.
You're insane, Colvin.
Insane? Insane?
Hey, was this thing supposed to be plugged in? I stumbled on it.
You fools! Gaze upon quantum immortality.
Poor Dr. Colvin, felled by his own hubris or the ignorance of the masses. Perhaps he should have left the crate unopened, the decaying atom unobserved. Curiosity often kills the cat. In Night Springs.
Вот они, ужастики 80-х, точнее 60-х. А зачем я ее установил? Опа, мистер Саки. А что, того не задело? Третьего? Не открывается. О, крутой-то! Но...
Stucky's body vanished, leaving behind only a lifetime of nightmares to come. Assuming I'd reach the lights of the gas station alive.
Получается, за аренду теперь можно не платить.
I recognized the parade float I had seen in Bright Falls when I first arrived with Alice.
Криповая лень.
After the insanity I had just experienced in the darkness, the lights of the gas station felt comforting. At least for a moment, the sane world reasserted
Здорово,
itself.
Логан.
Stucky spat on the garage floor and tried to shake the cobwebs from his head. Ever since the couple never showed to pick up the keys, things had been fuzzy. Something, a feeling caught his attention. Stucky looked up and stared as his brain tried in vain to process the horror before him. He stumbled back, knocking over a can of oil. A black pool spread across the floor while he struggled for a brief moment, then let go as the unrelenting darkness engulfed him.
Ну, вообще, да, согласен, Alan Wake нормально. Очень атмосферная. О, мы все странички собрали.
The Deer Fest had been 2 weeks away when we arrived. If the day count on the banner was right, I was missing a whole week between the night we got here and now.
Опа. Минус 2 недели жизни.
The garage was a mess. It looked like someone had trashed the place, or that there'd been some kind of fight.
I'll write. I'll keep writing. Outside, there's only darkness. Outside the cabin, outside the story, there's only darkness. I can feel her presence in the dark. Just now, I could smell her perfume in the room. I'll reach her. I'll fix it up. I'll bring her back. The story will come true. If I stop, she's lost.
I don't believe this. It'd been me on the TV, talking crazy. Was I losing my mind?
Так, это телефон. 68-й ежегодный день оленя с 15 по 18 сентября. Игры и развлечения, лотереи, соревнования рыбаков, конкурс пирогов и неожиданные состязания. Живая музыка. Для детей кривозубый Чарли днем и невиденно-мистическая фантасмагория Монтгомери вечером. Не пропустите легендарный парад на день оленя. Какие сложные слова.
Bright Falls Sheriff Station.
car. I'm missing a week. I was attacked by shadowy men straight from a nightmare. The sheriff took me to the lake Alice and I had stayed at, but the cabin had disappeared.
Эпизод 2. Одержимые. Нью-Йорк 3 года назад.
Honey, I'm home.
Back here, sweetie. How was it?
Worst weather I've ever seen.
You should put some coffee on. It'll warm you up.
Чуть кофеварку. Ща, подожди, мы все включим.
Hey, handsome. This is gonna be a long night, but these shots are turning out great.
I guess you're gonna need that coffee then. I'll go put it on.
Это она обложку бахает. Опа.
It's true what they say about the fall and the sudden stop at the end. I'd lain here in the snow while the lurid chain of scenes that had led me here kept playing in my head. A rerun of my own private snuff movie. A memory of my corpse. Alone at my own wake. Thinking in metaphors again. The femme fatale was gone. Only a sour taste remained of the kiss that killed me.
Я, кстати, не играл в Макс Пейна. Но я понял, что голос чуть другой стал.
This was a late goodbye. 13 years after I'd gotten my revenge, it had finally caught up with me. It had been a long time to bear the pain. My blood painted the snow red. A gruesome slushy dissolved all the scattered painkillers and leisurely dripped down to the sewer, mingling with the bile of the city, becoming one with it. I can see them now, my wife and my baby.
Я так понял, я так понял, это же реально отсылка на Alan Wake, ой, на Макс Пейна. Там же завязка была на то, что же что-то там его семью, что ли, расстреляли, что-то такое. Ех. А, это, я думаю, тоже, да? Alan Wake. Ну и 2 пистолета, ну да. Ссылки они на свои... Блин, мне интересно, а что это за эти... За QR-кодики? Куда, интересно, не отправят?
The continuing freezing rain and heavy snowfall have necessitated a winter storm warning in the entire tri-state area. People are advised to stay indoors as many roadways are already closed, and city officials are not expecting snow crews to keep up with the weather. We're now on the 3rd day of the blizzard, and the weather is not expected to clear up anytime soon.
Угу. Сидел на таблетках. Так, у Remedy же этот Сэм Лейк все писал. Он же у них, в принципе, все сценарии пишет на игры. Ну ладно, все, вот мы и добрались до кофе.
Coffee's on.
Great, thanks. I'll need it if I'm gonna finish this by tomorrow.
Да, вроде бы все он цеплял. Ну, у них, в принципе, игр-то не так уж и много у ремедийных. Вроде бы все он писал. Ну, 1, 2, Макс Пейн, Alan Wake, Quantum Break, Control. Что у них еще такого-то есть? Найти Галис.
Oh, hey, I just finished those cover mock-ups. They're on your desk. Tell me what you think.
No kidding. I didn't think you'd get them done this quickly.
On occasion, I can perform all sorts of miracles, my dear.
Oh, really?
Well, you seemed to think so last night.
Ну ж, посмотрим, что он во второй Alan Wake выдаст, если, конечно, он выйдет еще.
These look really good.
Oh, sure, until Barry gets his hands on them. Which, by the way, will happen over my dead body. The last time was the last time. Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called. Alan! Alan, please check the fuse box.
I'm right here. I'm on it, honey.
Please hurry.
Honey, it's a power outage. I've got the flashlight.
Okay, hi.
You okay?
I'm sorry. It just really spooked me.
Don't worry. We'll just break out the candles.
А там Дуров на фотках.
I know it's stupid, but it's just... Especially when I'm not prepared for it, you know? It gets to me.
I love you.
Tell me a story, writer.
Okay. I used to have these nightmares when I was a kid. The dark really spooked me, too. When it got really bad, my mom gave me this old light switch. She called it the clicker.
The clicker, huh?
Yeah. If I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
Here it is.
Alan.
Maybe it'll help you, too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy. You made that up right now, didn't you?
No. Seriously.
I love you, even if you are a liar. Thanks for this.
Ренгейт пошел. Но он не просто так же, он писатель. Bright Falls настоящий.
How do you feel, Mr. Wake? Any nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wake, how are you feeling?
I'm okay. My head's fine. I had to lie about my headache and memory loss. He'd send me to a hospital for tests. I couldn't leave without Alice.
Very well. I don't think you have a concussion, but you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Well then, Mr. Wake, we're done here. If the pain gets any worse or you experience any other symptoms, you should come see me. I'll let you get on with it then. Sarah, Sheriff Breaker, is waiting for you. She's very good at her job. I'm sure she can locate your wife in no time.
Doc Nelson was the
Будем в
image
это
of a
верить.
small-town doctor. Sheriff Breaker had called him to the station to take a look at the cut in my head. I'm sorry you had to cut your morning fishing short for this, Doc.
Oh, she's a beauty, ain't she? Not the biggest I ever caught, if you can believe that coming from an old fisherman like me, but she's right up there. Now, she's a largemouth bass, which is what you're after if you prefer a lure. Now, if you want either trout or salmon, on the other hand, then it's fly fishing for you. You a fishing man, Mr. Wake? Oh, doesn't really matter, I suppose. But it can be very relaxing out there. You can't get me off the water this time of year. Closest thing to heaven.
I'll take your word for it, Doc.
Ага. Ну от воды ты реально не оттащишь. Так, все, здесь больше ничего интересного нет. Sorry. Разыскивается мужчина, пропал без вести 20 июня 2007 года. Отличительные признаки. Мастер побежать в состязаниях. О, это вот отличительная черта. Так, шериф Бакер. Угу. Тетушка.
Mr. Wake, the sheriff is waiting for you in her office down the corridor.
Угу, хорошо.
That was Cynthia Weaver. I guess you can call her the town eccentric. She used to be the editor of the local newspaper, but she's focused on, other things these days.
У нее голос как у этой. который тоже диспетчером сидел в Твин Пиксе.
Alice looked through the viewfinder, lining up the shot. Cauldron Lake was breathtaking. Something caught her eye. A figure standing in the shadows behind the cabin, like a thin woman in a black dress. She lowered the camera and looked again. No one there. Just a collection of bushes that looked vaguely human-shaped. She shook her head and laughed.
Yeah, it's Mulligan here. I'm at Stucky's gas station with Thornton. There's no sign of him. Over. Wait.
Нет, не играл вообще ни в один Макс Пейн.
Look, we've located the brake float. It's here. That's some good news, right? Stucky was supposed to be driving it at the rehearsals today. Over. Oh, give me that. Mulligan here. Looks like someone really thrashed the garage. Over.
Okay, roger that, guys. Keep looking for Stucky. Jane's out.
The sheriff wants to see you in her office, Mr.
Все,
Wake.
я иду. А, не закажешь.
Come in, Mr. Wake. Your phone's on the desk. The battery was dead. It's charged now.
Что-нибудь есть? Ладно.
Have you started looking for my wife yet?
My men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake?
How did you end up at Stucky's gas station?
I wanted to tell her what had happened last night, but I couldn't. She'd lock me up. Excuse me. I need to take this.
А его в списке нет заказов.
Alice, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
Who is this?
Go to the back lot. There's a hole in the fence on the left. Look inside the junker. I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here. After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in Elderwood National Park. There's a spot called Lover's Peak. Midnight.
Mr. Wake, can I help you with
Don't do
anything?
nothing stupid, pal. We're watching you.
I need to get some air. The sheriff said I could go out back.
Of course, Mr. Wake. You can get there through the cell corridor. Just don't mind Walter in there. He's one of our regulars.
I thought he quit drinking for good.
Oh, no such luck. He went on a bender and beat Danny pretty badly. He started shouting like that the moment he woke
They
up.
won't listen to me. I need it to be bright in here. Thank you, man. Thank you. Hey, you're all right. You're a good guy. Don't let anybody tell you different. You know, I shouldn't even be in here. The cops, they got it all wrong. See? Sure, I beat him up, but I wasn't drunk. I mean, I wasn't drunk at the time. I only got drunk afterward. Okay, listen. You gotta listen carefully now. Here's the kicker. That wasn't Danny. No, sir. It only looked like him. You wanna know who it really was? I'll tell you who it really was. It was a goddamn space alien! I know it sounds like something a drunk would say, but believe me, I wasn't drunk then.
Там Black Mesa должна быть, а если ее нету, значит я забыл поменять местами Half-Life. Но это не проблема.
In spite of its human mask, to describe the dark presence as intelligent would have implied human qualities on something decidedly inhuman. Nonetheless, it found the one spot in the diner that was dark enough. Some light spilled into the corridor, ravaging it. But it took the pain. Horrible as it was, the writer would soon fix that. He would be coming to the one place where it still had power.
Там по-любому, там, кстати, Black Mesa по-любому в правом столбике есть, поэтому это не проблема. Это я, значит, просто забыл поменять. Ну, в общем, в списке оно там есть.
The early morning light hurt my eyes and made my head ache. The man on the phone had said, go through the fence on the left.
Well, folks, it's been another long night, and it's about time for me to sign off for a while. God knows I need my beauty sleep. Just
one more item before I go. It's been a busy night for the sheriff's department. We've had a few broken windows, even a report of shots fired on Main Street. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton had to deal with two intoxicated young men who were celebrating the completion of their Deerfest float. Now, folks, we get this every year. I know it's exciting that the big day's almost here, but let's save it for the party and leave the gunplay for the shooting competition, huh? There's no point in getting all worked up yet.
Ой, мимо. Там, если что, можно через этот Ctrl-F, Ctrl-F, короче, вот это.
The caller had told me to find a hole in the fence behind the police station. There was something for me in an abandoned car.
Гнуть.
The kidnapper fired his gun one last time, and the shadow vanished into the darkness it had come from. See? Nothing to it, Wake. The thought of Alice in his hands was revolting. We stood on the wooden platform of Lover's Peak, the waterfall in the mountain behind us, the lights of the radio mast blinking red in the heights above. I fought with the urge to take a swing, force myself to speak. Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife? Alice's driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The caller meant business.
Barry?
Ow! Ow! Thank God! Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. Oh, I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. I'm here in Bright Falls.
Barry, listen to me. I'm at the sheriff's station. Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Ow! What the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to meet Alice's kidnappers.
Оп. Чувак уснул.
A writer is a light that reveals the world of his story from darkness, shapes it from nothingness. The way a sculptor carves a statue from a block of granite. If I stop, the world I'm making dies. Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on. Anything is possible here. I'll write the story. I'll save her.
Marvelous, Sarah. I just wanted to settle all the damage the Anderson brothers might have inadvertently caused on their recent and regrettable little outing. They are not accountable for their actions, of course. I can assure you that my staff has been reprimanded.
Tor and Odin never caused any trouble to anyone when they were still living at their farm.
Indeed. All we can do is to slow down the progress of their dementia.
Are you feeling any better, Mr. Wake?
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of discussing your situation with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Oh, hey! Oh, my!
Take it easy.
Hey, nobody move! Get your hands off of my client!
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler, his agent. If you have business with Mr. Wake, you talk to me. You yokels won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges. Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Что разрулился?
What the hell was that about, Al? We don't need a replay of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
I had to talk to someone. I told Barry everything. He thought I was certifiable, but when he heard about the manuscript I had,
Как видишь.
the fact that I'd written something, even if I couldn't remember it, was enough for him. He smelled money. And he believed that Alice had been kidnapped. Anything beyond that was another story. I had a midnight appointment with the kidnapper in a place called Lover's Peak, somewhere in Elderwood National Park. The plan was to rent a cabin.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Mr. Wake! Barry, you found him!
Hi, Rose.
Oh, wow. I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Poor thing. I really need to go. Great to see you again, Mr. Wake. Later!
Who's Max?
What an airhead.
Jeez, Mr. Takes a swing at everybody. This is not her fault. She's a very nice girl and, more importantly, a fan.
Ну, потому что я баллы снял только за нудную часть с этим чуваком. Потому что за прошлой вот прям великолепно было.
Seriously, Al, what you were saying in the car? Just listen to yourself.
Скелет колумбийского мамонта. Это особь, возраст которой по оценкам составляет около 14 тысяч лет. Была найдена в асфальтовых озерах Ла-Брея в 1981 году. В 1998 году он был подарен национальному парку Элдервуд, когда колумбийский мамонт стал государственным ископаемым штата Вашингтон. Его нарекли кривозубым Чарли, и с тех пор он является официальным талисманом парка. Здравствуйте. Ну, 7 из 10 это 4 просто. Просто 4. В принципе, неплохо. То есть реально вот играть за этого чувака было очень классно. Мне понравилось.
What, you shot a guy and his body just disappeared? When was the last time you slept? What, are you high? Have you been drinking?
No! Look, Barry, I'm missing a week, and someone's got Alice.
Do you
and everything's
understand what it sounds like when you say stuff like that? Don't get me wrong, it's a good story, could be a bestseller. But when you start confusing fiction with reality, you're buying yourself a ticket to the funny farm.
Wait here.
Ну, опять же, у каждого свое мнение. Мое мнение, что реально заслужил 7. Даже несмотря на свою нудятину небольшую. Там пёси лежит. Гризли бир.
Easy there, boy. I'm almost done.
Hey, Rusty, right? You rent cabins.
Oh, Mr. Wake. I'd shake your hand, but mine are kind of full here. Actually, I'm sorry about this. Would you mind grabbing the registration form from the desk? It's just across from Bucktooth Charlie.
Okay, sure. What happened?
Crazy poachers. Max here got his foot caught in a trap. They're illegal to use here. Hell, you're not supposed to hunt within the park at all. But that doesn't stop some lowlifes. Well, at least Max is gonna be okay. He got lucky. Max is still groggy from the shot I gave him, and I'd rather not leave him alone just yet. The form's on the desk across from the mammoth skeleton.
Seriously, Al, you can't just go and meet a kidnapper. Those situations always end up in disaster. You gotta talk to the cops.
She's my wife, and it's my call. Can we talk about this later?
No. This whole thing... Listen, you hit your head. I mean, geez, Al, come on. You gotta understand how crazy all this sounds. If you're trying to pull a joke on me, freak me out, it's working. Ha ha, let's have a laugh on Barry. Well, you had me going there real funny, Al. You can quit it now.
Он самый Логан. Кагуар. Пума. Понял. бланк взят.
I think this is the form you wanted.
And here are the keys. Okay, you're all set, Mr. Wake. Glad to have you staying here.
Thanks. Can you tell me how to get to Lover's Peak?
Oh, sure. It's at the end of the nature trail. Just follow the paths, you'll get to it eventually. It's an easy walk. Nice spot, too.
Только если играть, то лучше
If you have any trouble
теговскую
finding
версию.
it, just keep your eyes on the radio mast. It's right below that. Oh, and hey, if you take a walk in the woods, watch your steps so you don't end up like Max. I guess I'm a little worried. We got a bunch of campers out there we haven't heard from. It's not like these people are on a schedule, but with the traps, well, you know. I just don't want any trouble.
Right. Thanks.
Look, Al, you're asking me to believe that you shot a dude who went poof into thin air, a guy who was bulletproof until you pointed a flashlight at him. You hear that from people who end up spending time in padded rooms, strapped to their beds, wearing white shirts with too long tangled up sleeves, and eating a healthy diet of pills. Al, you make cruel jokes about people who believe that kind of stuff. You're the skeptic. You gave me an hour-long lecture on homeopathy last month. What was it? If there's no proof, it's pure bullshit. Period.
Guess the laugh's on me then.
Al, come on! I mean, okay. Okay, maybe
Sega Mega Drive.
something weird happened to you, okay?
Well, thanks for the heartfelt vote of confidence.
Для всех
All I'm
генезис.
saying is you gotta throw me a bone here, bestseller. What would you think if it was me? There's no way you should be going out at midnight with a gun.
No one asked you to come here, Barry. Either work with me on this or go straight back to New York. Your choice.
That's just crazy talk, Al. Al? Al? We should go to the sheriff or call the FBI.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her! This is not a goddamn debate, Barry. I'm going to Lover's Peak.
Ну, Little Hope
Said come
охуенный.
alone.
Okay then. I understand. You're my best friend and I'm worried that you're not right in the head. Tell me what to do to help and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
Just be careful with the natives, Al. These yokels are dangerous. Everybody hates a tourist, or it'll be deliverance all over again.
Bless you.
Oh, this place is trying to kill me. I'll bet there's mold in here, spores, poison ivy, God knows what. This is so not worth a 15% commission.
Даже видишь, он со мной согласен, что Little Hope охуенный. Нет, все хуя. Зачем мне это? Так, ну, здесь все. Можно идти на улицу. Нет, вот как раз таки тут совсем не тот случай. Если у меня к Beast Inside были вопросы, то вот к Little Hope у меня вопросов вообще ноль. Кроме технической части, то она была только в Friendly Pass. Вообще-то, если что, Little Hope как раз таки большинству не зашел.
I'll wait here, Al. I'll hold down the fort. I'll be with you in spirit every step of the way, Al. Locking the door now.
Lock the door when I leave.
Бассейн, нифига себе. Даже джакузи скорее какой-то. Финская баня. Ну, я имею в виду в плане именно вот этой 3 игр, уже 4. Он сначала был одним из тех, который людям не зашел, а мне наоборот он понравился. О, у меня ствол есть. Так, я уже могу ехать? Нет. И когда у нас со Стасяном, когда мы играли вдвоем, у меня вылетела игра, я был очень разочарован этим. Потому что эта игра прям очень мне понравилась. Вообще великолепная.
Barry had never gotten along with Alice, but he knew Alan loved her with an almost frightening intensity. And now something had happened to Alice. And here was Al armed with a gun and saying things people got put in padded cells for. It was as if his friend had experienced a massive psychotic episode and was now totally disconnected from reality. It scared the shit out of Barry.
Ну, в Блэр Вич есть интересная тема. Единственное, я почему ей поставил даже так мало, за ее затянутость.
I knew I should have gone to the cops. This wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done, but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it. These people had called me right in the sheriff's station. The cops wouldn't scare them, and they had Alice.
Ё-моё. Опа, ворвались.
Welcome back to the show, folks. As promised, our very own Dr. Nelson has just parked his rear end in the studio. Doc, what's your Deerfest plan like?
My plan? You make it sound a lot more organized than I ever seem to manage.
Oh,
No plan, really, just taking the atmosphere. I'm getting a little too rickety to do much more than that, you know.
Oh, tell me about it. No sack race for us older gentlemen, huh?
Yes, exactly, Pat. But I'm gonna check out the parade, of course. And I'll be one of the pie contest judges, too.
Well, that takes a different kind of constitution.
Oh, yeah, it's my kind of exercise.
Now, Doc, seriously, you're in pretty good shape, though. You're the outdoors type. I know for a fact you're an avid fisherman.
That's right. Matter of fact, just caught a heck of a largemouth bass early this morning.
But you're not taking part in the fishing contest?
No, not this year. See, Pat, I'm just not that competitive anymore. Now I just like to take my time and enjoy the peace of it. It's no fun if I need to worry about what I'm catching, you know?
Well, considering your track record, the participants are probably pretty happy you feel that way.
Well, Pat, that's kind of you to say.
Жюри пирогов. Nice. Почитано. И ему пофиг, он дальше идет. Бесстрашный писатель. Так. Ну, вупи. Лол. Забавно. Да? Ну, я потом исправлю. Хиро, фига влупил.
Crime and punishment. The cancer and cure of civilization. But some crimes are impossible to punish, especially in Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Man in the Mirror.
He's inside, Agent. He's a weird one.
So, you're confessing to killing that guy, huh? Why?
Had it coming?
Yeah, but why would you do that? I mean, you're a nice guy. Normal. Took a kid to a soccer game. So how come at the game, you pick a guy and, quoting from the arresting officer's report here, assault the victim's head area repeatedly with the weapon of choice being a pair of bare fists? Wow, that sentence really flows, huh? Maybe you're not the literary type. Okay, so you mess him up. But why? Who was that guy? We couldn't ID him. Why would a guy like you do him like that?
I didn't like his face?
Well, you must have hated it, because you really went to town there. I mean, there's no way to tell what he looked like. No ID on him either.
That must be difficult.
But then we ran the fingerprints. Got a match. Your prints. Identical.
Huh, how about that?
Your son said you were wearing a white shirt when you took him to the game. But the white shirt is on the dead guy.
It's plenty red now.
You won't get away with this.
Do you really think that's in any way relevant to me? I had plenty of time to talk to my boy before the cops arrived, you know? He won't stop screaming, am I right? You think he's ever gonna be okay? I left my mark. Believe me.
You bastard.
What? You gonna shoot me? What's the point? I'm going to prison. You got me.
I don't understand any of this.
And you never will. Don't worry. Maybe you'll see me again, Agent. Maybe in the mirror.
Нойс. Ну, я потом посмотрю. Да, там может быть. Я просто бывает часто очень быстро пишу, и потом я не проверяю, что там. Бешеные птицы.
The air in the visitor center was heavy with an awful smell, as if some rotten drowned thing had crawled up from its grave. Rusty kept coughing blood. My eyes were drawn to the twisted shape of his broken leg. The attack had been vicious. Max whined in his cage. Rusty's eyes were wild with fear and terror. He gasped. Mr. Wake, it happened just the way it was on that page.
Опа. А тут, кстати, наверху что? Нельзя кормить животных.
Rose knew that Rusty was in love with her, and she liked him too. She liked him a lot. He taught her to dance, and life had certainly taught her the value of a man who was gentle. He treated her well, made her smile, made her feel good. But Rusty wasn't the prince of her dreams, and that tended to underline the unbearable truth. She was no closer to that Hollywood magic than he was.
Вот, ну что, вот, ну, вот у тебя есть нормальный мужик, он тебе нравится, и ты не хочешь с ним... Глупые люди. Да, ну видишь, здесь они продвинулись вперед. Нет, ТП и не назовешь. Опа. Да, может быть и так. Нет. Ой-ой. У меня сейва на Найтмэре нет. Я не знаю, почему у меня они с клауда уничтожились.
Okay, Rusty. Hang on. I'll be right back. Whatever did this couldn't be far. Rusty had found a page from the manuscript. It would help me understand what had happened. Shh. Good boy.
Знаешь, что меня просто взяли, у него ствол отняли, чтобы он защититься даже не смог. Лол. Офигеть, в крови, чувак. Я думаю, ты больше ходить не сможешь нормально.
The only way to make sure that Rusty was safe was to get the power running and the lights back on.
Так вроде ничего нет. Нет, есть термос. Кстати, такая штука, то что если бы я даже играл на Nightmare, я не помню, вроде бы странички не отображаются, если ты их поднял. То есть мне в любом случае пришлось бы сейвы уничтожать, чтобы мы могли хотя бы большую часть табличек посмотреть. Ну, точнее, этих, не табличек, этих страничек.
The visitor center was sturdy, but the impact turned the front of the building into splinters. Rusty was thrown across the lobby like a rag doll and hit the far wall hard. It didn't hurt until he tried to move and saw his leg bend the wrong way. Felt the broken ribs stabbing him on the inside. Rusty howled in pain and fear, suddenly afraid to die alone.
Есть. Там еще страничка валяется. Ну, есть, но а толку от этих доп. Страниц, если мы...
I was too late. Someone had destroyed the circuit breaker. There was no way to get the lights back on.
Кажется, ему мы уже не поможем.
At the last instant, I changed direction and threw myself down. The axe splintered the trunk of a tree. I stumbled into the pool of bright light. My lungs burned. I was too exhausted to move. I tensed as I waited for the killing blow, but it never came. I raised my head. Nothing moved in the darkness beyond. For the moment, bathed in the cold light, I was safe.
Так вот, от этих доп. Страниц толку-то нету, если мы не можем прочитать все остальное. Блин, не особо важные. И находятся они вообще в жопе.
The ground was covered with oily patches that looked like liquid darkness.
Вот если можно было бы сразу бы на Nightmare собирать, было бы круто. Он один? Почти. Где мистер Расти?
Something had torn a mammoth-sized hole in the wall.
С мамонта? Ну, предполагаю... А, нет, он здесь. Блин, Пёся пропал. Блин, Пёся умер.
Fishing is only permitted for those visitors who purchase a park fishing license.
Где он? А.
The park ranger's instructions at all times.
Rusty? Rusty, no!
Never closer than 100 yards. Two bears and wolves never approach any other wildlife closer than 25 yards. Pets must be leashed. At all times. Never leave your pet unattended. It is against the law to remove any virtual or historical items from the park grounds.
Ну, чувак, я быстрее тебя. Я же не на консоли играю. Офигеть, довольно живучая скотина. О, вылез. От собаки нажал. Нет, я же играю не на геймпаде, как консольщик. На нормальный, православный клава-мышь. О, звонят. Кому звонишь?
What the hell was that? I saw from the window. I saw something.
Forget about it, Barry. It's just me going crazy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You're not crazy. I wish you were crazy, but you're not crazy. Ow, be careful.
Stay in the cabin. Don't open the door for anyone. I mean it.
Так, интересно, есть что-нибудь тут? Я вижу страничку. Пиво. Тут оставил пиво. Так нельзя. Вот здесь есть всего лишь одна кошмарная страничка.
In that last instant of consciousness, Rusty thought about Rose. He was older than she was. Rose was barely out of her teens, but she made him feel young and forget what a train wreck his long-dead marriage had been. He still wore the ring. He'd been waiting for her to tell him to take it off. Now she never would.
Именно так. О, вот туда сможем дойти. Оп.
Lover's Peak was at the far end of the nature trail.
Так, туда же нам надо идти, но здесь какая-то штука есть, вроде бы. Да. Идем в пещеры. Нас же не преследует различная тьма сверхъестественная. Пещера самогонщиков. Во время сухого закона 1919-1933 бутлегеры нередко обделывали свои делишки в этой пещере. По большей части ее использовали как временное хранилище для контрабандного алкоголя из Канады, а иногда непосредственно для изготовления алкоголя. Вот это достаточно замечательно. Я вижу чувака сверху. Лол. Так, Дарбадант, хорошо. Да, обделывали. Так. Их много. На, прям в морду. Вообще, не знаю. Ну, наверное, потому что такие... Хотя такое название все равно должно переводиться. Я думаю. Хотя Брайт Фоллс, например, не перевели. И ее не всрали, просто сначала PS-версия появилась, досовская. Вот. А потом сеговская, которую уже улучшили. Там ее не всирали, просто сеговская позже появилась. Это как, скажем, Enchanted Edition вышел.
Nobody in Bright Falls seemed to know where Al was, but Rose, the waitress at the diner, had seen him. From what Barry could tell, Al pretty much fell off the face of the earth when he left the diner. Rose was just the kind of fan that Al hated, but she really tried to help. She was smart too, knew a lot about what was going on in the town, knew a lot about Al, even knew who Barry was. Barry liked her. That was no big surprise. When it came to women, Barry and Al rarely saw eye to eye.
Лес 2, ну, не знаю, наверное, возможно, когда он из раннего доступа выйдет. В смысле, зачем подтягивать PC-версию? В те времена еще так не делали. Там скорее бы все сломали бы, как с Даггерфоллом. Так, нет, назад, назад, назад. Не надо нам, чтобы нас преследуют. А здесь нормально, кстати. Теперь ненормально. О, кто-то оставил свой дробовик здесь. Как удобно. Он же крутой большой чувак. Видишь, поэтому такой себе доверять. А, я же увернулся. Ай, ну, кстати, очень больно. Да в смысле? А чё за повороты? Я же увернулся. О, черт. Фига, он взбесился. Прям в морду. Старый великан. Это исключительно высокой двугласовой пихте было более 200 лет, когда ее в 1937 году свалила молния. И если верить местным легендам, она доставала верхушку до самых звезд. Когда упавшую пихту измерили, вышло 66 метров. Без малого мировой рекорд. Их трое. Ты чё, козел, стреляешь в нас? Заряжен? Хорошо. В принципе, здесь нам ничего не нужно, поэтому мы... А, я же увернулся. Быстрее. А! Это подстава. Ну и все, никому не позвонить. А почему оно так искрилось? Вообще телефон не должен же так искриться. Вы чё, ребят? А напряжения такого нет.
I turned the corner, afraid of what the flashlight's beam might reveal. Suddenly, a roughly painted symbol of a torch glowed in the light. Behind it, hidden by a rock, sat a battered metal trunk. It was here for a reason, packed with supplies, batteries, flares, ammo, things you need to make it through the darkness of the night. Something left behind by someone who knew what I knew, and more.
And more. Ага, ага. Так, надо на дорогу выйти. Я же увернулся. Козел ты. Как же больно-то? Чего на ногу не сломала? Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй. Да какой пистолет возьми? Пойдем похиляемся. С этим выстрелом... А, нет, подожди. Да. Чья-то рубашечка. Немного варенья. Ну, ему еще по хребте не влупило. Крепкий молодой человек. Эх, ничего нет. Так, о, ну типа здесь мы не можем пройти. И там страничка. Гаун. Разросся. Дерево, с которого был сделан этот срез, начало расти в 1846 году, в год подписания Орегонского соглашения. Прочие знаменательные события отмечены на кольцах. 1853. Образование территории Вашингтона. 1878. Основание горнодобывающей компании Брайт Фоллс и самого города. 1889. Вашингтон получает статус штата. 1929. Дерево пострадало от лесного пожара. 1970. Горнодобывающая компания Брайт Фоллс закрывается после извержения вулкана под озером Колдрон. 1980. Извержение вулкана Святой Елены. 1987. Дерево повалено во время бури. Там еще 2001 год, кстати, если что, я видел. А тогда что? А, ну хотя я я-то понимаю, что там должно быть в 2001 году. Интересно, почему они это здесь не вставили? Цензура не позволяет. А куда идти-то? Так, стоп, реально куда идти? Нифига. Я даже чуть не заметил.
Agent Nightingale didn't want to be in Bright Falls. These little communities revolted him, and he didn't like the trees or the coffee. He now knew that impossible horrors lurked behind the storefronts and smiles. He desperately wanted to turn the car around and just drive until he passed out or ran out of road and booze. But he had a job to do. He had a rider to catch, at any cost.
Любой ценой. Не, конечно, туристическая у них база здесь хорошая. Офигеть, здесь есть что посмотреть. Давай, откройся. Да, понял. Опа.
Come on, we gotta get moving. More of them coming. That flashlight's kid stuff.
Это, кстати, чувак.
Stairs will keep the bastards away.
Это чувак, кстати, тогда на пароходе с нами был. Или не, на пароме пароход. Офигеть, я упанул.
You can see them too? Hell, of course I see them. Come on, we gotta move. Why? Because that's the way the story goes. Yeah, but... Let's move! I lost my gun back there. Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him.
It took a moment, but then I recognized him. He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's Peak. There was no way this was a coincidence. He was the kidnapper.
Come on, Wake! You better keep up. Hear that? It's them.
Ай!
What I got for ya?
Ну ладно, стреляет он относительно неплохо. Кстати,
Right up these stairs, Wake. Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards off.
кстати,
Yeah, no can do.
сколько будет болтать?
Are you kidding? Give me the gun.
Что происходит?
No time for back talk. Hold them off, damn it.
Вообще, кстати, в теории во время выстрелов тьма тоже должна развеиваться.
Get some light on those bastards. That'll keep them off us.
Отошел отсюда.
Just a little longer. I almost got it. Okay, it's open. Move it or lose it.
Чувак, ну стрельни по ним. Красава. Ай-яй-яй, ну стрельни по ним. А, что стрелять? Исчезли. Они исчезли, мужик.
Better get ready. They'll be on us soon. This is it, Wake. The last stand. There's more flares here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming!
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake.
Он что знает про сценарий? Ouch. Ауч. Интересно, он может умереть? Чувак, меня стреляет здесь как бы. О, нифига, вот это было красиво, да, окей, эффектно. Он выносливый. Ой, что я нашел? Неожиданно. А можно вытащить? Спасибо! Игра. Чувак, ну стреляй в них, алло. Вы его прервали, кстати. Интересно. Найс.
Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
I knew you were gonna say that. I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're gonna bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial control.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's Alice?
I want the entire manuscript, or she's gonna suffer bad.
You touch her up.
Нормально влупил. Просто дай. А фонарик-то у нас? Спасибо.
No! Come back here! I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice! Do you hear me? Come back here!
He had Alice, and he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power. but I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move.
Так, нормально. Ну, всем весом. Если он чисто всем весом влупанул, вот и все, вот тебе. Ну и, соответственно, если ты еще не умеешь особо бить, вот тебе и результат.
On more than one occasion, Alice had tried to explain to me how it felt to be afraid of the dark. To her, darkness wasn't simply the absence of light, but something more tangible than that. It was something you could touch and feel. Worse than that, it was something with a mind of its own, something malicious and malign. For her, things changed when they were wrapped in darkness. They turned into something else, something foreign, and nothing was safe or innocent anymore. I'd never really understood what she meant, until now.
Оп. Так, а здесь-то куда? А, мы тут пошли. Да, кулак неплохой. Сначала Хартману влупил, теперь этому. О. Угу, вообще прям беспалевные штуки. Нафига они здесь это раскидали? Ну, именно территория, на которой пока в теории ничего нет. Лол. Я летаю. Лол. Это что было? Еще здесь сейф. Он только что упал с высоты больше, чем сейчас.
But I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move.
Опять все забирать. Оказывается, что там где-то... А, вот. Не, они, кстати, отображаются, оказывается. Просто неизвестно, какую мы подобрали. Ладно, зато я теперь знаю, что там ничего нет. Здесь раскидали. На кого столько капканов налупили?
Sarah didn't care about the legal threats Wake's agent had made. She let Wake go without argument, because there was something about him she couldn't quite put her finger on, something that reminded her of her father. She didn't think Wake would hurt his wife. Then she thought about the way he waded into Hartman, that hair-trigger rage flaring up without warning.
Угу. Фига их. Козел сраный. Нормально так вылетели. Дайте-то. Да, точно. Всё, тьма чуть подуспокоилась. Блин, я рано сказал, да? Сосите, падлы.
The night had been one desperate situation after another. I was exhausted, and my body felt as though it had been chewed up and spat out. The flashlight was heavy in my hand, and each pull of the trigger sent a painful shock up my arm. But I was finally out of the woods, and things were looking up.
Брэдфоллская резня бензопилой. Здесь сделали вдвоем. Вот самолет.
I had heard the plane fall. It made no sense. It was clear that it had just fallen here, but it was very old and obviously hadn't flown in decades. Looking at it sent a shiver down my spine.
Пойдем посмотрим что-то. Угу. Понял, куда нам идти? А, вон он, кстати говоря. чё? Аляка. Чё падаешь? Либо еще патрончиков дать на этот, на ружье. Так, ну давайте зайдем. Что здесь? Или что мы этим добились? Что-то мне подсказывает, что ничего. Ага. Назад он уже не встает. Так, ну туда он уже не допрыгнет. Думаю, что мы все, что можно посмотреть, смотрели. Возьми. Господин Уэйк. Он сейчас выйти должен где-то. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Как же неприятно. Да. В принципе, переживем. Воу, вот это уже проблема. Тут я вижу свет. Ай. Опасная дамба. Жидкая тьма. Так, а это, кстати, зачем? Найс. Ой, я думал, что... Офигеть, мы тогда упали просто вот с высоты полметра и умерли. А то здесь живу. Да пройди ты. Ремикс. А что это за прыжки такие, Алан? Прыгни нормально, пожалуйста.
When Barry saw the darkness attack the visitor center, it made him a believer. The men Al said he'd shot, they hadn't been just locals on crank. Somehow the world had changed, like the channel had been switched without warning. You think you're watching a sitcom, and you're really watching a horror show. When the birds started attacking the cabin, Barry wasn't surprised, just terrified.
Если что, я не помню, а нам сюда надо? По сюжету или нет? Сейчас посмотрим. Ну, вообще похоже на то. А что там внизу? Бам! О, страница. Да, только страница.
The logging site was a mess. The modular office had been pushed off the cliff. Deputy Thornton climbed up from the wreckage excited, breathing hard from the exertion. Nobody there. It's weird. Don't you think that's weird? Bored, Mulligan let out a mighty snort. Hell, it's always weird, Thornton. Just a question of sorting out what kind of weird it is this time around.
Нам дают подсказки, что творится на самом деле. Да ну ты что делаешь? Ага. На. О, найс. Что надо? А это что у нас тут? Осталось 2 странички.
Shadows stirred and the wind picked up as I ran through the forest. I felt the dark presence turning its gaze toward me. Then the moonlight was blotted out by dark shadows that raced violently across the ground, moving too swiftly to be natural. Darkness gathered between the trees and melted again to reveal the taken. No natural path had brought them here.
Mm-hmm. А что-то столкнуто так. Ё. Оп. Оп, и все, и нет их. Я сказала. Там бабака. На, прям в рожу я видел. Бензопилой он пришел. Да, он большеватый. Опа. Что у нас тут? О. Все, вернулись.
Stay out of sight. I'm on my way. Don't open the door.
What am I, crazy?
Stay hidden. I'll be there soon. Just make sure you keep the lights on.
Так вот мы и подошли как раз к концу. Вроде как. Вот мы вернулись в трейлер-парк.
I still had to reach Barry at the cabin, but at least I was out of the woods.
Вернемся к Барри. Прыгай ты. Не, ну с другой стороны, здесь вся локация. Ну, почти все, что мы будем играть, это все в лесу. Поэтому в любой непонятной ситуации беги в лес. О, это же будет это. То, что я думаю. Так, что у нас? Еще одно не хватает.
The FBI agent's command froze me in place. I considered surrender. It was all falling apart anyway. I could give in, let someone else deal with it. But it felt all wrong. Call it instinct. His posture. The way he held the gun. He was no friend. Shots ringing in my ears, I leaped for the hole in the fence and stumbled into the darkness beyond.
100 лет запускают. О, дамы ходят с ружьями. Толчков нет. Классный туалет. Здорово, Соник. Ну чё и как тебе?
I had to find the key to the garage.
Так, ну я его пока брать не буду, я хочу все поисследовать. Сейчас начнем здесь экшен.
I needed the garage key to get to the car.
У меня тоже есть нормальные игры, когда я сам их выбираю. А, ну, в принципе, осталось только гараж.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
Вот так. Не, а так Dead Space многие считают лучше. Фига ты вылетел, чувак. Так многие Dead Space 2, да, считают лучшим. А многие первым. Но проблема в том, что они все-таки различаются. Сесть в машину. Да, Dead Space 3 самая лучшая игра. Не, я же ничего против не имею, мне наоборот, мне и та нравится. Так, а может где-нибудь еще есть страничка? О, есть термос. Нормально, тут грузовик завалило. Фига, бомжи налетели. Получи, козел вонючий. Так, конечно, надо же тачку сменить. А, не дают? Серьезно? Зачем вы ее сюда поставили тогда? Ну а че он своим топорами кидается? Я тачку... Мне теперь тачку с него чинить. Армии. Да сколько их еще тут? Не докил, тупорылый. На тебе, боулинг. Знаешь, просто дотрагиваешься, и он умирает. Найс. Мне кажется, ли они бесконечны, но все-таки не заканчиваются. Но такое чувство, что они реально бесконечны. Что есть, чем отбиться от них. Ребят. Дайте полутаюсь, сейчас вернусь. Секунду. Полутался. Трамплин! Так, новая тачка. А где фонарь-то? О, как. Интересно получилось. Все. На время успокоились. Снова начинается. Здесь авария. Так, а что это нам тут дают? Типа для сейла? Я, кстати, не помню, чтобы мы здесь ходили. Или ходили. Нет. Найс, вот это вот. Текстуры. А, это мы отсюда. А, это если я типа такой дурак без тачки еду. Понял? О, страница. Последняя.
There was no misunderstanding. Cauldron Lake was where Alice and I had stayed. But there was no cabin and no island. I was missing a week. What had happened to me? What had happened to Alice? I had to get her back. I couldn't face life without her.
Yeah. Все, давай. Воу. Джейсон тот? А, ну мы здесь были. Только это такое себе развлечение. У нас на тачках. Но тоже дают интересно.
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing.
Ё-моё. О, я не тем бахнул. Какого черта ты в руки взял? Ладно, сойдет. Пофиг уже. Я не хотел тратить сигналку. А вы что так? Откуда вы? В каких количествах, козлы?
It was the kidnapper.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need... a week.
Not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. If not, well, get me?
Yes, I get you.
Вот так. А было говорить 2 недели. Дали бы 4 дня.
Barry had talked about birds over the phone.
Тьма контролирует одержимых.
So glad you're here. A couple of them got in here before I blocked the chimney. This isn't normal. These birds are weird.
Ну, я бы и дябы не доверил, но видишь как. Время-то тянуть как-то надо было бы. Где они? Ага. Чуть не доехали. Мне кажется, он просто... Ему нужно было время придумать, что дальше с этим делать. Удалить птиц. Где еще? О, птицы отдалены.
Hey, Al. I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
I sent Barry to the town to ask around about a man fitting the kidnapper's description. He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared. The man wanted a manuscript, I had to try to write him one to get Alice back. For me, the supernatural had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it Previously on Alan Wake, Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page. So, dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff. Let's make this quick, huh?
Help you folks?
Так, я не успел кое-что доделать. Сейчас небольшая пауза. Поехали.
Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer. That Rose, she's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives. This place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and, get this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now, some of the articles I found about him make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he wrote. Zane was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
Вот что там по прайсу. Так, Rabbit's Food. Что такие саланды за $3? Нифига себе. Хот-доги. За $1,5. Хреновые. хот-дог за 1,5 бакса. Вы чё?
It gets better. A local girl, Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Sure, Jagger's a local spook story. The Scratchin' Hag comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Anyway, Al, I'm just getting to the best part. All of the articles about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew both Jagger and Zane before they both died, and she had some kind of a breakdown.
Вот такие дела. Да, что-то многовато. Я вижу.
Well, mister,
Ой.
this here's Rose's trailer. You mind me asking what you want with her?
We're just here to talk to her, pal.
Приходит два чувака к ней.
Welcome to... Oh dear, Mr. Wake. I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh yes. Yes. Please, come in.
Hey, this is really good.
Rose,
Yes,
my manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for
Lol.
Barry. She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al? Al, what's... Oh...
Бам.
What?
Нифига, крепкая кружка.
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started. I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Back to work, boy.
I felt nauseous, hungover. Only anger kept me going.
I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's worked with another writer under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it.
Вот, посмотри телевизор. Да, иногда да. Alan Wake. Кстати, на Джиллен Холл здесь немного похож.
Rose took a day from me. I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road.
Мне кажется...
Barry was out of it. He was way too heavy to carry.
Да, только ты сказал, Барри все. Так.
You're right. I deserve more money. I'm so handsome.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free. Milk and sugar on the counter there. Would you like to hear today's specials? Thank you. A nice day. Come back soon.
Бедный Роуз.
My gun and flashlight were gone. I'd have to find a way to get Barry into the car as quickly as possible. There was no time to waste.
Рэндольф. Нифига там страничка.
Mr. Randolph liked Rose. That little smile she had. How she was still sweet when life had tried so hard to make her bitter. It wasn't any of his business what she did in her trailer. But those strangers, the writer and his smart-ass sidekick, looked like trouble. And they'd been in there for hours, way past her normal bedtime. He reached for the phone and called the sheriff's station.
What?
I just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air. Let me tell you, the weather's getting heavy. Nights like this make me especially glad I'm here talking to you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all. It's all tangled bed sheets and dark thoughts, punctuated by the occasional plunge into nightmare. Is it just me? Well, perhaps it is. But I hope I can make the night a little bit easier to get through. Caller, you're on KBF FM.
Hey, Pat, it's Walt Snyder.
What's on your mind, Walt?
Well, I am the way you are, but, well, I can't sleep either, you know? I just been staring out the window here, trying to make sense of it all, but, I ain't been drinking either, you know, I just...
Well, you sound like a man with a problem, Walt.
I had argument with Danny. You know, Danny, and, then I got in trouble with the law, you know, and, I'm just, well...
I heard something like that, Walt.
Yeah, well, you know, Danny's my best friend, and, they let me out on bail today. And now I'm just alone here at the window, you know, waiting. Man, and there's something in the air tonight, man.
I was just outside looking up at the sky above our broadcast tower thinking the same thing. What are you waiting for, Walt?
I don't know. You know, something's gonna happen. You know, I think I better go.
Well, Walt, maybe...
No, thanks, Pat.
Well, good luck to you, Walt. Hang in there. Let's take a little break, folks. This weather's really something else, huh?
Вообще великолепный трек. Мне аж страшно стало. Так, ну-ка. Открывайтесь, мне нужна кроличья еда. Офигеть, там какой-то белли-бустер за 16 баксов. Так, нас уже ждут. Где-то плачут дети. Зачем-то.
Oh, you're gonna get it now.
А что я тебе сделал?
God knows what you've done to that poor girl. This is Agent Nightingale, FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest! You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face! Stay right where you are, Slane!
О, матрица.
standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
I hated to leave Barry behind, but there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Но мне что-то подсказывает, что он не думал, что ФБР настолько долбанутый. Я тоже так не думал. Нет, он же его просто толкнул, типа, в плане этого отвлекающего маневра, типа, чтобы как раз таки не стреляли, а они, наоборот, начали шмалять. Офигеть за писакой. Выехал наряд целого штата. Воу, хватит стрелять. Они из чего шмаляют по мне? Из винтовок, что ли? Охренеть. Они их точно должны меня живым взять? Кстати, такой вопрос. Там есть такая штука в управлении. Вот это что значит всегда прямо? Я не пойму. Я надеялся, что это камера тебя выпрямляет. А что тогда вообще, зачем это нужно? Кек.
For decades, the darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's skin slept fitfully in the dark place that was its home and prison. It was hungry and in pain. It dreamed of its nights of glory when the poet's writing had called it from the depths and given it a brief, terrible taste of power and freedom. The rock stars had stirred it from the deep sleep the poet had sunk it back to in the end. When it sensed the writer on the ferry, it opened its eyes.
Так, ну Настя, еще и тьма. У нас ничего нету. Что делать? Опа. Вот они и встретились.
Rose didn't know how the strange old lady got in her trailer, and she looked wrong somehow. The woman showed her teeth in an approximation of a smile and traced a finger down Rose's cheek. "Pretty girl," she said. Rose felt as if she was falling asleep, but her knees didn't buckle. The crone spoke in a whisper, her words ice cold and dark in Rose's ear.
Бедная Роуз. Фига она на него бычит. Так, предполагаю, что они сейчас получат. Блин.
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
Wait, are you seriously telling me that geek writer just took out my deputies? Are you kidding? I mean, have you seen this guy? He wears a tweed jacket. Over.
He's the guy we're chasing. If it's not him, who then? Bigfoot? Over.
I don't know yet, but I'm not in the habit of jumping to conclusions. That tends to come back and bite you in the ass. Out.
Так вот. Безумный писак. Да, гигантский хомяк. Левелингс. Нам пофиг.
You on the ground. Hold it right there. There's nowhere to run. Freeze!
С вами сейчас мои друзья разберутся. Не нападают, да? Найс. Ибо нефиг было. Офигеть. Да, я и говорил то, что вообще охренеть. Сразу же умоляют прям по полной программе. За Майерсом столько не отправляли. Или Джейсоном.
This is James. Mulligan, Thornton, come in. Over.
Thornton here. James, we got both Wheeler and Rose in custody. They didn't put up a fight or anything. Why, they were... Hey, Mulligan, what are you doing? Come on.
Sit down and give me that. James, Mulligan here. Over. Go ahead, Mulligan. Over. We got Wheeler and Rose here. Wheeler's drunk or hopped up on something. Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of Otis Scotch about him, if you know what I mean. Over. I don't have anything on that, Deputy Mulligan. Over. Well, whatever. Anyway, Rose is just being plain weird here. You better get Doc in to take a look at both. Over. Gotcha. You better get them here quickly. The, Fed's gonna want to interview Wheeler. Over. Oh, yeah, I'll bet he does. Looks like they have a lot in common. Mulligan out.
Потом флот, авиация, все за нами пошлют.
I could see the lights of the radio station in the distance.
Парень космодесант, там титаны класса Император. Все пойдет в
I
ход.
imagined that the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine. Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without a light.
Вот термос. Уничтожен. Как и это. В принципе. Я не хочу брать фонарь, потому что сейчас по-любому что-то произойдет. В принципе, здесь дальше больше ничего и нет. Уничтожены ворота. Ребята, есть... Ого.
They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Team 1, come in. Over. Team 1, this is Sheriff Breaker. Report. Over. Team 2, come in. I need a report. Over. Come on, guys. Talk to me. Come in, please. Over.
Дорогуша, вам не ответит. Так. Не, ну флешка, конечно, да, в этой ситуации великолепная. До свидания. В принципе, как и я. Так, ну ладно, я думаю, сколько вот мне нужно гранат в идеале потратить. Ой, как в тайминг-то. Да, опять дрочь с фонариком. На. Как еще Вейка самого не глушит в упор-то так. Бесконечный гранат.
And here's another call. You're on KBFFM with Pat Maine.
It's Milt Peabody, Pat.
What's on your mind, Milt?
Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there.
Well, that's just up the road from me, too. What's going on, do you know?
I don't know, but there's a bunch of police cars there, lots of sirens, a helicopter buzzing around, and I think I heard some gunshots.
Gunshots?
Yes, sir, like from a pistol. So can you find out what's going on? Because it's just next door and they're popping off guns there.
They're still shooting?
No, it was maybe 10-15 minutes ago. It sounds serious, Pat. I'm telling you, it don't sound like no party.
Кавказская вечеринка.
Okay.
You'll hear it here as soon as I hear from them.
Okay, thanks.
Не, ну надо все. Я понимаю, зачем они это сделали, потому что хоть как-то разнообразнее геймплей-то нужно. Но лучше бы они как-то это по-другому сделали. Ну, понятно было то, что они изначально явно ставку делали не на геймплейную часть. До свидания, ребятки. В смысле ты не умер?
Touched by the dark presence, Rose was lost in a dreamland where everything was drawn in black and gray crayons. The old lady had promised her that all her wishes would come true. She would be Alan Wake's muse. She was smiling so hard it hurt her face. She crushed a bottle full of sleeping pills into the coffee. Deep down inside, she was screaming in terror.
Эх. Да, у нас всего лишь 6 гранаток осталось. А куда бежать, еще не видно. Опять начинается. Надо в идеале как-то прям толпой собирать. Так, хотя бы. Вот. Иначе гранат нам явно не хватит. Так, это куда он нас ведет? Охренеть. Да, правильно, в шахту с одними гранатами погнали. Мы же бессмертны с тобой, мистер Уэйк. Вот, зато здесь свет. Пойдет. Гранаты, пожалуйста. Спасибо. Давайте ваши гранаты. Так. А как менять-то оружие? Ага. Так, вот. Ну, зато, кстати, засейвились. Это тоже очень хороший момент. Я так понимаю, нам к разбившейся тачке, наверное, бежать. Реакция мангуста. Ай, не вышло. Побежать. Один жив остался, козел. Так, он чуть застанен. В теории мы должны успеть добежать. Охренеть, нам просто в башню сейчас прилететь должно было. Лохи тупые.
I hope Maine could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
Why, hello, Lorna. What do you have for us?
Well, I just don't see why the cops bother with the trailer park.
What do you mean?
Да? Не, ну просто убивать его явно было такое себе. Я лучше гранат на потом оставлю. Они слишком крутые. Найс. Спалил все.
Come on in, Mr. Wake.
Молодец, чувак. Все спалил.
I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown. You back away from me. Don't hurt it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him. What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
Найс. Два часа 32 минуты, нормально. Я почти уложился. Чуть-чуть не хватает.
I had fallen off so many cliffs it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine.
О, поезда.
Nightingale stared through the broken studio window into the dark woods. He turned around, started to walk out, but Maine grabbed his arm. "Young man, you almost shot me. You don't shoot off rounds at people like that. What's the matter with you?" Nightingale shook his arm free, marched out. His cheeks burned with rage and humiliation.
Мне нравится, что всем пофиг, то, что по ним стреляют. Я понимаю, что ФБР это такое, но, блин, серьезно. Так, вот тут сейчас будет маленькая игра. Да блин, должен успеть. Писсос возьми. О, ствол. Все. Я теперь бессмертный. Твари. Где вы? Ну-ка, выходите. Зачем мне дали патрон для дробовика, когда тут даже дробовика нет? Даже рядом. Оп. Так, сейчас опять придется тратить.
There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
Так, и зачем это реально? Угу. О, дрободан. Ой, прям в морду. Нет, это было хорошо. О, я кое-что вижу.
The bulldozer's engine roared to life. Mud and rocks flew as it fought for traction. It crashed through the concrete wall and landed heavily in the yard. If it were an animal, it would have shaken its head after the impact, fixed its eyes on me, and charged. Of course, it had no head, nor eyes. Shadows crawled on its form, twisting it into a monster. Then, it came for me.
А босс-вертолет где? Они... На самом деле они пошли дальше. Босс-бульдозер, это чуть новенькое было в то время. Ну, запрыгните туда. Тихо. Итак, что мы здесь можем увидеть? А ничего. Начинается. Валера, начинается. Так, я вижу страничку.
Sarah trusted her gut, and her gut said Agent Nightingale was an asshole. He felt wrong, and it wasn't just the smell of stale booze. It was in the way he flashed his badge, pulled rank, the look in his eyes when he wanted answers. Where was Alan Wake? What was this about an accident? Where was his wife? And most importantly, why did she let Wake go? He wouldn't answer her questions. Federal business was all he'd say.
Как же это удобно. Еще более удобно, что все оставляют патроны.
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan. Alan. I'm so afraid. Keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me.
Сейчас ходим.
The pipe wrenched itself loose from the bridge's steel framework. Wrapped in darkness, it floated in midair, twitching. For a moment, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The heavy object lurched at me with impossible force. I threw myself out of the way, but just barely. When I turned my flashlight on it, it shook in a dark rage, before it flew at me again.
А что если на самом деле они все говорят, все нормально, все со смыслом, это просто Алан их не понимает, потому что у него башка поехала. И он просто не может нормально различить слова и составить из них смысл. Ну вот, патроны пригодились. И этот, я уже проходил его. Просто надо о чем-то поговорить, вот я вкидываю всякие теории. Не все же проходили Alan Wake.
I could see a railway bridge up ahead, and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
Я не могу спойлерить. Но у игры есть конец. Найс. Что говорят, в России и в СНГ все плохо.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
Ну вот, жди, может, тебе и придется офигеть. чё? Вау! Фига, ему прям в морду влетело. Да блин. Я думал, ты проходил Alan Wake.
I slammed the door shut right in his smug face. He pleaded for me to open the door. True to form, the asshole actually thought I would obey. I had no sympathy left, no guilt either, not for him. I took a moment to savor the scream. I bet I had a smile on my face. It was all that I had time for. The dark presence was inside the lodge with me.
Не, я думал, тебе геймплей надоел, он тут до конца дошел.
As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
Тогда я тебе только могу сказать, наблюдай. Вполне возможно, кстати, даже сегодня его закончим. Время пока позволяет. И желание еще самое главное. Не, на самом деле я не знаю. Я когда только вот его засел за него играть, я прям вот очень остался доволен. Прям сидел, не отрываясь, считай, играл. Еще когда вот в первый год его выхода. Ну, когда его на ПК прислали. Прям очень доволен был. Ну и чё? Прям в морду. О, а я думал, это помповый. О, сейчас телевизор будем смотреть. Так, ну-ка, новая серия Night Springs.
We take the facts of our existence for granted, unaware that they are merely a thin veneer of desperate self-delusion, covering a vast cosmos of madness and horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a family occasion. Journalist Alvin Derleth's trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful. Until tonight.
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this. Ancient customs, local mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Derleth, we don't want to feel like we're on exhibition, but you have demonstrated the seriousness of your intent.
Oh, I am serious. Really, just do your thing. I'll stay out of your way and observe.
Actually, I thought you could assist us. I'm afraid we are a man short. It would provide you with an intimate perspective.
Could I really?
Of course, Mr. Derleth.
Well, I guess that's the least What would I have to do?
Oh, here. Let me show you with a kiss.
What did you...
Oh, Mr. Derleth, you have well pleased Nixie Perka, the dweller in flesh. Your body shall host his 1,000 young, and all shall be glory. Shh, darling, be calm. Shh.
Alvin Derleth learned a harsh lesson. If you go looking for mythology, it may come looking for you. And such quests always bear fruit. In Night Springs.
Вообще, кстати, вроде бы все вот эти вот сериальчики что-то обозначают. Вот это, кстати, пока самая жуткая серия. О, сейчас тут будет мистер Бульдозер. Судя по территории.
Sucking everything loose from the ground into its depths, tugging at my clothes. I saw the flare the kidnapper had dropped and threw myself towards it just as I felt my feet leave the ground. The darkness embraced me with the force of a tornado. Somehow I managed to light the flare. The darkness roared and cast me away. I fell toward the dark waters of the lake far below.
Так, надо бы все пролутать, сразу посмотреть. Итак, вот и оно. Изи. Вот для этого я хранил гранат. Не, ну на самом деле, если бы их не было, было бы намного сложнее. Тут. И ничего. А, зато хоть на тачке покатаемся. Покатались.
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine. The coal mine wasn't far now.
Добро
Today, I
пожаловать.
would meet the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning man will clutch at a straw.
Добро пожаловать в Брэд Фоллс. Давай, вези его. А тачка где? Да, нам ехать туда. Сзади вроде ничего нету. Ну, а сейчас доедем на тачке. Смотрим. Мало ли, что они туда закинули. Но вроде бы если туда закинули, скорее всего, только на кошмаре. Я подозреваю. Я просто раз только играл, когда собирал.
Little by little, without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the story in the manuscript was coming true. The current of its narrative had taken me deeper and deeper into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world taken over by the dark presence was trying to destroy me. It all felt real, but it matched a textbook case of insanity. Even during daytime, I was being stalked. The bridge must have collapsed only moments after I'd crossed it.
Я только хотел сказать, отлично. Только приехали, и мост уже уничтожен. Есть что-нибудь интересное? Привет, Джон Лоубрейн. Да, хотел уехать, чё? Все проблемы из-за женщин, не будет женщин, не будет проблем, изи. Игра нам это уже сказала. Конечно, надо было лучше УАЗик взять. Так, зачем нам это место? Здесь уже стоит тачка. О.
This is Pat Main, and you're listening to KBF-FM. Folks, I want to apologize for kind of abandoning you to that looping music track last night, but I was detained. You see, I encountered a big-shot G-man with an itchy trigger finger who could use a lesson in manners and a boot in the ass, not necessarily in that order either. Now, folks, I know I'm not being very informative here, and I apologize for that. I really should just keep quiet, but I'm just so peeved right now, because some people just shouldn't be carrying badges. I'm just glad that our Sheriff Breaker was there to straighten things out. And if someone I met last night is listening, let me just say, I'm sorry if my mouth got you in trouble. I'm pretty sure you're not the bad guy here. Godspeed, son. I hope you know what you're doing. Now, on a lighter note, I'll be talking to Dr. Nelson all morning. But first, a little music.
Но в их оправдании, что хотел сказать, то что все-таки шериф Бейкер не подливает масло в огонь, а наоборот пытается помочь. Пока что. Так что, может быть, не все так плохо. Поехали. Смотрим, что у нас здесь. Нам просто дали, короче, объездную дорогу. Давай, гони. Что поделать, вот так вот. Нет, я хочу ехать. Я против системы. О, нифига, какая тачка. Я хочу на ней поехать. А как в Silent Hill 2. Я даже не запускал особо сюжетку GTA 5, поэтому я ничего не могу сказать. И очень прошу не спойлерить. О, что, радио?
Welcome back to KBF FM. Hope you enjoyed that tune. Now, Doc, you were talking about life and finding that special someone, that soulmate.
Well, you were talking about that. I was saying I don't buy it.
Well, see, to me that's strange because I always pegged you as a hopeless romantic.
You got me there, Pat. But I think love's where you look for it. And you need to do a lot of looking, sure. But the idea that there's that one special person out there for you, and if you miss that chance, it's gone forever and you're forever incomplete. I mean, isn't that depressing? Or heck, childish even? Hey, there's plenty of fish in the sea.
And apparently a fisherman has a fishing analogy for everything. But what you're saying, isn't that a little harsh?
Well, no. What I am saying is that your potential for finding that connection isn't limited to what's essentially a chance encounter. How is that harsh?
Yeah, well, I guess that's a nice thought, but let me say something personal here.
Okay.
Now, well, I don't disagree with you exactly, but I can't really fit that together with what I feel, what I felt for someone, because she was the one. She was. And I let her drift away from me. Maybe I didn't put in the work, I don't know, but, well, since then, and it was a long time ago, but since then there hasn't been anyone, not like her. And I'm not saying I dwell on her or haven't moved on. I like my life. I'm not living in the past, but I do miss the way she completed me.
You can't argue with the heart, Pat.
I'm sorry, folks. I had kind of a scary experience last night, and let's just say it's shaken a few things loose.
Вот так, прослушали про любовь. Блин, я что хотел сказать, нифига, у них нормально здесь покрывашки-то. Охренеть. Не у каждого в семье в России такие есть. Они здесь просто на обычных вышках такие раскидывают. Зажрались. Мажоры. Опа. Найс. Все, едем мы в один городишко интересный. Надеюсь, он оттуда выберется. Что здесь? Блин, как же высоко. Чувак, да зайди ты уже. Ради этого.
For Mott, spying on the writer on the ferry had been a disappointment. His boss had made Wake out to be something special, but Mott hadn't been impressed. He'd gotten a good long look at the wife, though, and he liked what he saw. Mott had fantasized about goading Wake into a fight, but it hadn't happened. Still, he'd get his chance to see if the writer had anything in him. He'd been promised as much.
Хех. Мод. Бармод. А блин, пробеги ты. Оп.
I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now.
Ехать. О. Попьем кофейку. На самом деле, если бы у чувака, мне кажется, из Старого Сенхилл был Мустанг, он бы, наверное, не поехал бы туда. Хотя люди жили здесь и раньше, настоящая история города началась с момента основания горнодобывающей компании Брайт Фоллс и открытия угольной шахты в 1878 году. Хотя работа там была тяжелой и опасной, тем не менее она привлекла множество иммигрантов, в том числе немцев, поляков, итальянцев, финнов и шведов. Кажется, они просто перечислили всех тех, кто разрабатывал их. Изначально прибыльная, но на протяжении 20 века шахта постепенно истощалась. Жилы были богаты, но труднодоступны. А из-за вулканической активности в регионе шахты стали особенно опасными. Так, а что, нам нельзя зайти в этот кабинетик? Получается, что надо. О, свечка. Интересно, мы это пропустили, это?
With Nightingale gone and the night wind blowing in through the broken studio window, Maine stared at Sarah. The sheriff looked away. Maine's voice shook with barely controlled anger. That boy's doing more drinking than thinking. I hope you know what you're doing, Sarah. He's got a sickness in his eyes. You take my word for it. He wants Wake for a reason, and it's not for anything good.
Эх. У Сары чуйка работает. В 1970 году случилось извержение вулкана под озером Колдером. И хотя оно было сравнительно слабым, большинство глубинных штреков обвалились или были затоплены. Во время катастрофы погибли 32 шахтера, и горная добыча в районе Брайт-Фоллс полностью прекратилась. Теперь многие сохранившиеся сооружения охраняются законом как исторические памятники. Вот такие дела.
I didn't want to go outside. Cops had to be looking for me. The noon sun turned the place into a sauna. The day dragged on. Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me.
Gumbeasts.
I was running on blind hope. It was all a waste of time. The bastard never showed up.
Внимание.
Wake, where the hell are you? Change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is? It's a big mountain north of where you are. You follow the path from the mine, you can't miss it. There's a lookout point there. I'll be waiting.
I'm through being jerked around by you.
You want to see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I want to talk to Alice.
Yeah, and I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello? Hello? Ah! I'm gonna kill him.
Орёт еще.
I had to get to Mirror Peak.
Ё-моё. Нормально врыв.
It was close. Maybe closer than ever before.
Внимание. Осторожно. Да, получается, мне кажется, я пропустил тут. Ну ладно, что поделать. Один раз.
When Thomas Zane fell for Barbara Jagger, it happened fast. She was young, vibrant and beautiful, full of life. He had never been a very happy man, and without any seeming effort, she had changed all that. Zane felt good for the first time in his life. Everything she did was another piece of a jigsaw puzzle he hadn't even known he'd been missing. And best of all, she made the words flow, strong and sharp. She was his muse.
Ех. Не то музу себе выбрал. Господин Томас, друг Джерри. Грант кидает. Прям в морду. Матрица. Так, сейчас. Воу! Секунду. Вообще полностью согласен с Джоном. Короче, смотри, есть команда разработчиков в виде финнов. Это все вопросы к ним. Но я их осуждаю. Ну, видишь, финны решили, что они знают лучше. Получается, не очень-то они хорошие. А где там что происходит? Что-то там бесится. И такое может быть. Изи. Как в спецназе вошел. Воу, я думал, оно все. Оно же так красиво все было кинуто. А может, это просто в Южных Штатах. Вот и все. Вот и все объяснение. Кстати, на самом деле, подожди, а где расположен Прайд Фоллс? Но судя по... тому, как это все выглядит. Я бы сказал, что это Южные Штаты. Ой, здесь можно зайти. А, я же... Оп.
The only way to reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
Найс. Не знаю, кто тачку оставил, но молодец. Фига, там разворот можно делать, оказывается. Воу. Да я лихач. Угу. Ничего хорошего это не предвещает. Так, у меня есть тачка. Ну чё, играем в Twist Metal, где там противник бульдозер? Драним. Ай. Не страшно. Один топор по жопе не смертельно. Вот взрыв. Изи. Керапизи. Ну, кто-то ходит. Ну, нифига, он прям сальтуху сделал. Это было хорошо. Так, а есть... А. Струничка. Туда.
Some of the Taken retained echoes of their former selves, but these were just the nerve twitches of a dead thing. Nothing remained but a shell covered and filled with darkness. In most cases, these puppets were enough for the purposes of the dark presence. But for anything more elaborate, as with the writer, it was different. It needed his mind. And so rather than taking him over completely, it merely touched him.
Угу. Есть. Слышишь, там постоянно кто-то бегает. Так, ну батарейки нам не нужны. Nice. О,
There was
да.
no way the flashbang grenades were standard power company equipment.
Да не, есть. Я видел, у меня тоже электрики с флешками приезжали. Это обычный у них инвентарь. Тут-тут-тум. Тут-тут. Опс. Потому что, пожалуйста, читайте правила Твича. Нет, там... Это не в правилах Твича, нифига. Просто из одного слова. Цветового. Я еще раз говорю, если какие-то вопросы, не ко мне, пожалуйста. Даже не хочу начинать просто эту тему.
I stared through the bars of the jail cell. Barry stood behind me, swaying on his feet, looking as ill as I felt. Agent Nightingale stood on the other side of the bars with Sheriff Breaker. Nightingale had a stack of manuscript pages in his hand. He seemed unhinged as he gloated. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent.
Угу. Вот такие дела. Просто мне-то, если было бы все равно, но есть момент, который от меня не зависит. Вот это, да, причем, ты понимаешь, я тебе еще раз говорю, не ко мне вопросы, пожалуйста. Можешь написать в поддержку Твича, и тебе ответят. Оп. Угу. Да ёпта. Блять. У нас проблемы. У нас большие проблемы. Чувак, блин, Логан, я серьезно, я ото всех прошу только одного, пожалуйста, соблюдайте правила Твича. Все. От себя я попросил только 3 пункта. Нет, не падай, не падай. Я уже думал, игра зависла. Это было бы неожиданно. Вот патрончики дали. Уйдет. О, Драбадан.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
О, на помпу я согласен. Это же просто, да, дробаш. Помпу получше будет. Ну. Так, а здесь же... Есть ли разница, с какой стороны идти, интересно? Ладно, как бы там ни было. Вот такие дела. Так, ну меня должны наказывать за вот это. О, здесь флешечка. Ты откуда взялся-то? Срань. Аргентица у меня есть? Нет. Уничтожены. Оп.
The dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
Вот, дорогой наш друг, узнаем. А, они скоростные. Давай уже остановись, чувак, задолбал. О, живись. Я вот это мог сделать. Ну, хотя, в принципе, они все равно, наверное, погнались бы дальше со мной, поэтому... Разницы 0.
The place was dead, a ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century.
Ау! Это что было сейчас? Фига. Вот туда можно зайти. Нет. Аннет. О.
Things were never as simple in real life as in fiction. I had lost count of the times I had wished there'd be a clear reason for my writer's block. Something to fight, something to lash out on. There wasn't. I was filled with doubt. I was nothing like the hero in my books. Alex Casey had gone through his life with single-minded determination, never wavering from his goal. Even now, I was angry at myself, angry at Alice, angry at Barry. I was fumbling and I had no plan.
Вот такие дела. Он не Кейси. Кейси Джонс. Грейпик-Гордж. Шахтерский городок Грейпик-Гордж был основан в 1928 году как одно из постоянных поселений для рабочих горнодобывающей компании Bright Falls. Близлежащее кладбище служит мрачным напоминанием об опасностях, ежедневно поджидающих шахтеров. Там похоронено большинство погибших за все эти годы. Мрачное предупреждение живым о необходимости соблюдать осторожность. Грейпик-Гордж был покинут жителями практически за одну ночь в 1970 году, когда закрылась горнодобывающая компания Bright Falls. Ну, потому что надо кого-то обвинить. И он, потому что он думал только о деньгах, а не о Алане, Баке. Плюс всегда же злиться на кого-то проще. Типа. Батарейка. Так, отсюда мы пришли. Так, сейчас что-то будет. Сопка. Да, еще холодильники, то, чего нам не хватало. Ой, прям под него. Был неудачный. О, руктор. Офигеть, у меня аж экран весь потух. Насколько можно? Скоро целый дом будет против нас сражаться. О, термос. Ключи. Дверь. Открыто. Так. Где кто здесь зажигал-то все? Вот.
Anything outside of writing is a struggle. I feel ill. I managed to make my way downstairs. There's a shoebox filled with books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet, and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark things that wait for a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness above, where some Lovecraftian presence lurks. I crawl back upstairs. I'll borrow these things for my story. They ring true. They fit.
Да. Мне уже... Ну, мне кажется, уже не поправится. О, это мы возьмем. Точка огонь. Что такое-то? Ну, успокойся уже. Что взял винтовку, не знаешь, что надо так орать.
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up.
Сам поторапливается. Нифига, у нас, кстати, очень много пистолетов. Сигнального.
Birds.
Да чё так далеко-то летаете? Мне фонарь не достает до вас. Псы. Летающие. Они вообще. Посветишь, дурак. Изи. Бам. Серебряный рудник. Ищем серебро. Столовую желательно. Что она нам кричит? Подожди, а там туда что?
Without warning, the headache stabbed at my brain.
Оп. Почему-то еще живы.
Alice? Alice!
Найс. Вот и озеро.
I gotta get out of here. The hunters were big, thick-set men, confident and at home in the woods. They were feeling good, running on beer, ghost stories, and camaraderie late into the night. It did them no good, as they were taken by the dark presence, sucked deep into a darkness far worse than any ghost story they ever told or heard.
Да, да, да. Водичка. Беги. О. О, страничка. Бух.
Even behind the closed doors and curtains of his grimy room at the Majestic, the local motel, Nightingale could feel the locals' eyes on him, the unrelenting pressure of their judgment. He forced it out of his mind. For all he knew, they could all be under Wake's spell already. You do what you have to do to get the job done. He took comfort from the bottle in his hand. Please, he thought, just let me get through this.
Да, чувак. Мне подсказывают, туда мы не пройдем. А вот сюда... На. Ну, думаю, пока... Нет, я думаю, сейчас я этот эпизод дойду и, наверное, пока закончим на этот сеанс. Надо будет пойти отдохнуть чуть-чуть. И вечером, я думаю, запустим, наверное, за второй приход уже закончим.
I'd have to make my way up this mine shaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
Оп. Понимаю, но нам вот это должно хватить. Мгм. Так, лупить надо. А, понял. Это была очень сложная задача. Получите доски ебаные. Давай. Ой-ой-ой. Я не... Тут было жестко. А что там наверху тогда? Подожди, мне надо... Куда мне нужно-то? Я не пойму, ну... Вроде туда нас куда-то пускают, а здесь что? Ага. Здесь просто полутаться. Получается, что так. И подозреваю, что вроде бы здесь как раз таки должна быть эта страничка. Да.
Lightning flashed behind the windows of Cauldron Lake Lodge. Tor Anderson laughed and held the steel hammer above his head. Nurse Sinclair was trying to calm him down without success. Tor grinned madly and shouted, "My hammer's up. Here's a friendly poke from Molnir, wench." He brought the hammer down with all his might on Sinclair's head. "We're on a comeback tour, baby."
Лол. Оп.
Oh, great. Another cable car. Just great.
Итак, похоже, нас здесь ждет. Ну давайте, показывайтесь, птицы, вонючки. Фуникулер. Ага, найс. Подозреваю, что мы не доедем. Ну, почти доехали. Целый вагончик нас кинули. Не, ну третья глава что-то прям очень долгая, конечно. Не страшно. Озеро Колдрон. 8-е по глубине в мире. Это вулканическое озеро, так называемая кальдера. Сам вулкан можно считать активным, но он не извергался со времен вулканического землетрясения в 1970 году. И даже с той поры подземная активность была сравнительно слабой. Хотя материальный ущерб и случался, но обходилось без жертв. Озеро Колдрон – одно из красивейших мест в окрестностях Брайт-Фоллс, и вместе с тем центральный элемент местных легенд. Это популярная зона отдыха для жителей региона. Нет. Ой-ой-ой, давайте просто пойдем. Ну, хотя бы увезли, уже неплохо. Сука. Лол. Куда ты меня ведешь? Оп. Найс. Это хорошее оружие. Ну, вроде бы уже все, мы подходим к концу. Блин, офигеть, где-то одну просто пропустили, только и все. Пока что.
Maud had checked all of Stucky's rental cabins. There had been no sign of the Wakes. It was dark when he'd found their car parked at the end of the road by Cauldron Lake. It made no sense. They must have taken a wrong turn, but there was no sign of them, and the car had been there for hours already. Frustrated, Mott stood on the rotten ruin of the footbridge that had once led to Diver's Isle before it sank beneath the waves years ago. The boss wouldn't be happy.
Интересно. Если что, не снагит, как обычно. Том. Томазейн. Тут. Так, ау. Для дробовика. У нас сколько... даже если дадут дробаш, я не вижу смысла менять. Хотя нам дали по патрончику и того, и другого. Масян Агнесян. Ну, вот как-то так. Хех. Получается, опять Алан всех обыграл. Здесь сколько это город
I could
еще.
see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat.
Угу. О, я вижу. Отель. Так, по-моему, это последняя страница уже.
I was close now. I had to get there fast. I dreaded what I would find.
Да, все.
I tried to hold on to Alice, but her form melted away. I was losing control. Dr. Hartman stood in her place. I wanted to hit him, but my arms were jelly. He smiled. It was a reassuring smile, and I hated him for it. I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period. Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now.
Вот так вот. И это все объясняет.
Wait! That you? Wait! Hey, I'm here! I'm coming! No! Get away! I'm sorry. Please, leave. The boss didn't know who he was messing with. I didn't know. I swear.
swear I didn't know. We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is. She's probably drowned. We just said we had her to make him play ball. You see? To get him writing for us. Please.
Оп. Оп, и снова купаться. Вот такие дела. Конец эпизода номер 3.
Previously on Alan Wake, I'm hunted by the law.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase.
Are you seriously telling me that writer just took out my deputies?
A thriller I supposedly wrote is coming true. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I was told that Alice had been kidnapped, but that was a lie.
We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is.
Her purported kidnapper was eaten up by the dark presence before it attacked me.
Эпизод 4. Правда.
Alan, shh, baby. It was just a nightmare.
Alice. There you go, Alan. Hartman, I fell.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now. The shock of your wife's death triggered a mental illness.
No, you're lying.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
Bastard.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
Нормальные сны.
I felt groggy. Whatever Hartman...
Так, все, короче, тогда на этом мы пока закончим. Вот. Возможно, продолжим либо сегодня вечером, либо завтра, но надеюсь, на сегодня вечером как раз таки до Таловой зайти. Вот. А на пока что все. Спасибо всем, кто был. Всем пока.